Everyone, welcome back to the council meeting of Tuesday the 13th of May, which has been adjourned last night and is starting again today on the 14th of May. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. Please be aware this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly and make sure that we've turned off all our mobile phones. I'll ask Councillor Baker if he could open us up with a karakia. Thank you.
E te whare, me ngoi tātou taua ki rā te moana nei, e paripari kauna ki te ākau tangata, ka ke ngā waka ka mauri te tohu ki te ariarenga o mauau, he pau heringa mou, he pau hononga mou, kia herea ki te tika, kia herea ki te pono, kia mau, kia ita, kia u, haumi e, hui e, tāki e.
Thank you very much for that. Just before we get into the meeting, I'm just going to hand over to Councillor Crowther. He just wants to say a few words on behalf of the elected members.
I just want to acknowledge the resignation from Bay Plenty Regional Council of Paula Thompson. And for those who know her, you'll know that she's had quite a history with Tauranga City Council before going to the regional. She was a chief executive for the City Council for I think 7 years, and she's just resigned for personal reasons from Toi Moana Bay Plenty Regional Council as of today. Well, she announced it today, but as of 23rd of May. So I thought I'd just acknowledge that, her massive contribution to Tauranga over the years.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther, and obviously from all the elected members in Tauranga City Council, we wish you the best in your future endeavours, Paula Thompson, so thank you. I just note that we've got Councillor Rolleston will be appearing via Teams and will be an apology for part of the meeting. Otherwise, we have everyone else here. So thank you. And I just asked for a caller, for a mover and seconder to accept that part apology from Councillor Rolleston. Councillor Crowther, Councillor Taylor, thank you very much. All those in favour? And those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. What we're going to do today is continue on with our submitters as per yesterday, and we'll have a time on...
I will transfer.
Okay. We don't have... Do we have a screen?
We can do it.
So there will be a timer up on the screen showing you how much time you have. Obviously, what we'd like to do is give you an opportunity to give your submission. If you want to have any points of clarification or questions from elected members, if you could just please allow that at the end of your time, and then elected members will be given the opportunity to answer any questions they have if they have any. I note that most of you have given a written submission. In that case, we have read those submissions and we can take your submission as read, but we would appreciate if you maybe want to highlight the key points, and if there's anything new or additional to when you made that written submission, that would be useful for you to get that point across. So we look forward to hearing from you all. I'm going to reference where we can find each submission. So our first submitter of the day is Tracy Walters. She is from Tauranga Netball. This is submission 424. You'll find it in the submissions 373 to 510. And that is on page 172. Tracy, welcome. Good to see you again.
Kia ora koutou. So my submission today is around portaloos facilities for the Tauranga Netball Centre. So just some numbers, and sorry it was a bit of a rush getting here, but on a sad day we'd have around 250 teams play at the centre on a sad day, which equates to around 2,500 people. If you average that out at one spectator per person, that's another 2,500 through the day, so 5,000 through the centre on that one day. And given the state of our facility, we only offer 2 women's toilets, which equates to 4 toilets in our building. We have a public toilet out the back, which has 2 women's and 1 male toilet, and that is it. So for the past couple of years, we've been applying for funding to pay for these extra portaloos throughout the season. However, this year I'm bringing it to the council, and you may ask why, and the reason is because around 3 years ago we entered into discussions around a relocation for Tauranga Netball. This put a hold on our lease being renewed, which obviously puts a hold on us being able to do anything that upgrades the building. So we would like the council to consider those costs as being one that we wouldn't have to burden if those talks had been progressed, or we'd been able to update, or our lease wasn't going month to month. And I have some other things.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
it doesn't have anything to do with the Portaloo, but I just sort of bring it up. So just recently we've had an increasing number of homeless community utilising the outside of the centre to rest, to sleep overnight. We have had this community around us for some time, and we've never had any difficulties with them. However, there has been of late a group of them that have been drinking alcohol and being rowdy. One walked into our building, stole some things, but he was caught, that sort of stuff. That was reported to the police. The board, when I've gone to speak to the board about it, our board, they have asked that the council consider a bylaw for our sports reserve here at Blake Park, prohibiting anyone from consuming alcohol on the sports fields. Now, I've gone to the council about this, and they passed me on to the police, who then passed me back to the council, and then said that I need to gather evidence, ongoing issues in the area, things like public drinking disorder or safety concerns, police reports, photos or feedback. The police play role in the process. So my question is, first of all, I don't have the time to do all that, and I'm not always at the centre to be able to be gathering that kind of evidence, because obviously a lot of the times they're doing it out, when netball's not being played. And I just think that maybe it was overlooked in this sports reserve that a bylaw, as in other places have had a bylaw passed where it is prohibited to drink alcohol, because it really shouldn't be a place where you can go and just publicly drink alcohol. So that's the other thing I would like you to consider. And that's about me. Is that good? Do I have any questions?
Councillor Correct.
Tracy, it's really important that the police support these bylaws. Was there any indication of support by the police?
Well, the community constable did come to see me. They're very aware of pretty much what he said was, he gave me a whole lot of photos of the people that, like the one that went into the building and stole stuff and that, and I said, yeah, that's them, we could clearly see them. I said to him that the council have asked us to contact them, read the bylaw, and he said it wouldn't be us that initiate that, it would be the council, and then we would manage it.
And in terms of getting support for a bylaw and for us to impose a bylaw there, we really need to support the police, or would it be really helpful? Yeah, I think it would be crazy that the police wouldn't. I haven't had that clear sort of clarity from them, but I think it's crazy that there's no bylaw already put in place that
people shouldn't be drinking in a community sports rec.
Councillor Taylor.
Tracy, are you familiar with Paul and Helen, our homeless coordinators at the council? Potentially, if you can give me your contact details, I'll send you Paul's number. He works with the homeless and he works out what the issue might be and tries to get the wraparound services helping, including the police if it gets to that point. So potentially that's probably the quickest way of actually reporting and getting some kind of action. So.
I just want to point out that this issue just isn't about the homeless, it's about drinking alcohol in the reserve, yeah.
It's just an option for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
Councillor Scholar.
I'm afraid it's not a question, but can I say, I don't think you should be going and taking photos of people misbehaving in the park at night time, so please take that as guidance from us.
Excuse me, are you allowed to talk from here?
No.
It's just that I pick up the rubbish around here,
yeah.
and I'm so familiar with what she's talking about.
You can mention that in your submission, thank you.
Make sure you do.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to emphasise we really do need our portaloos.
No, all good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So our next submission is 653. It is on page 36 of the last tranche of submissions. And I welcome Tony Hope and Eva Wood from Legacy Funerals to please come forward and address us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mahi. It's actually Hope and Ava Wolf from Hope Family Funerals, but that's okay.
I'm sorry about that. We've
No problem.
been given the misinformation. So,
yeah. So Kerry was going to be here, but she can't make it, so we've stepped in. And I guess we are here on behalf of the 6 funeral homes, well, the 6 main funeral homes in Tauranga. But I guess more importantly, we're here for the community, those in the community that lose their loved ones. And a lot of those ones are struggling financially. So an increase in the fees for cremations and burials and out-of-town fees can be quite a burden on them at a very stressful time in their lives. So I guess I can briefly talk through the 5 points that we had in our submission. Firstly, there's currently a 10% discount to funeral directors if we pay, and that's for any cremation fees and burial fees that our families incur through the Tauranga City Council. So we get a 10% discount on the basis that we pay on the 20th of the following month. So for that, we do all the documentation, we carry the credit risk from the council, we chase up the bad debts. So there's quite a bit of time and cost involved in taking that credit on board. So the council this year are looking at doing away with that 10% discount. So if that's the case, then as a business, it makes no sense for us to carry that risk for nothing. So we'd encourage the council to not reduce or not do away with that 10% discount, but to keep it. Lots of reasons. Part of it's financial, but also if the families are dealing direct with the cemetery staff to organise cremations or burials, they're often in a state of grief, which makes it hard for them to communicate, where we're experienced at doing that. If the council require payment up front, that may not be an option because they could be waiting for probate. There could be life insurance policies to be waiting for. And there's absolutely no way that cremations or burials can be kept for that time period. So we feel it's a bit of a win-win situation between the families and the council if that 10% discount is kept. The second point was the introduction of the $200 same-day cremation and processing fee. So what the council is proposing is that if we phone the council, ask for a cremation to be done on the same day, and for the ashes to come back, then there'll be a $200 additional fee. And the rationale behind that, based on the proposed fees, was there'd be a new fee to cover staffing costs, but there is no additional staffing cost. So the staff numbers don't increase. They just operate within the same numbers that they already have. And often it benefits them to be able to process more cremations on the same day for efficiency. So it's, yeah, we just can't see why that would be introduced. No rationale.
Just to add to that, often we ask for a same-day cremation when families are already struggling, because that does bring down costs for them generally. So to impose an additional 200 fees would kind of get rid of that advantage for them.
The third point was non-resident burial fee of $1,000 or $1,030. So if anyone wants to be buried at the Tauranga Cemetery, which is in Western Bay District, then if they live outside Tauranga City Council, they're charged an additional $1,000 or $1,030 for that. Even if they live right next door to the cemetery, they're still whacked with that $1,000 fee. So we find that, or we believe that Western Bay and Tauranga City Council are so close with each other. There's lots of things that we do together. The cemetery isn't charged any rates for the land there, where Western Bay of Plenty is charged for the rates for their offices. The water that Tauranga use comes from Western Bay of Plenty land, I believe. But overall, we feel it should be more of a collaborative approach between the two councils. There's going to be a new natural burial site introduced, probably in Te Puke shortly, which people in Tauranga City Council will be able to use. And they won't charge an additional fee. They've said that. So it seems incongruous, really, that this is happening. The rationale that we were given last year when it was introduced was that people that live outside Tauranga City Council haven't contributed to the rates of Tauranga City Council, so they will be charged the extra fee. Can I ask, is that your understanding? Yeah. So we had a situation last week where a 92-year-old lady died in Australia. She considered Tauranga her home. Her and her husband lived most of their married life in Tauranga. He died about 10 years ago. 4 years ago, she wasn't coping, so she had to go and live with her daughter in Australia. But her wish was always to come home and be buried in the Tauranga City Cemetery. So we did that. I asked if there was any way that $1,000 fee could be reduced or waived, and the answer was no, even though they'd spent most of their married life paying rates to Tauranga City Council. And yeah, it just seems wrong, really, that she was charged that fee. The fourth point was backfilling fee. So the council are looking to introduce a fee if families want to fill in the grave themselves, on the basis that they may have to dig up half the grave and compact it after the family have gone and then fill it in again, so there's additional time. But the cemetery staff are there when the family are filling in the grave, and most other cemeteries allow that to happen, and the cemetery staff will come in partway through and compact the grave, so it doesn't have to be dug up again. So we feel that that is a better option than just introducing a fee or digging it up again. And the last one is the public holiday fee, which we accept that there is an additional cost for that. I'm not sure if it's been used at all by funeral homes, but the fee seems to be exorbitant based on the cost of having two staff there for 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, so we feel that that's unjustified. I guess also, when the proposed fee structure came out, it was thrown at us. This is how it is. What we'd suggest is if there's a working group or a user group of funeral directors that work with the council in an open, transparent way. So if the council are requiring certain costs to be achieved or fees to be achieved, then get the group together. So it's once again a win-win situation where a workable solution could be achieved. So yeah, once again, we are here for the community. We're here to help grieving loved ones through a pretty tough journey, and a lot of them can't afford the costs now. So I'm happy to answer, or we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. You make some really good points, so thank you for that. Certainly go away and look at some of those, but have we got any questions? Yep, Councillor Kure.
Thank you for your submission. How long has the non-resident fee been in place?
It came in last year.
Okay.
So we didn't know, we weren't advised that there was a proposal, or the funeral directors in Tauranga weren't advised that there was a proposed change until it came about. So we're now, this year, we were advised that there is proposed changes before they came about. So it was kind of, we felt it was thrown at us. So we tried to fight it. We tried to rationalise that, but it was said, no, next year come around and make a submission. So we feel it's just unjust. So our recommendation is that, sure, there could be a out-of-town fee, but maybe make it outside the Western Bay of Plenty Tauranga City Council boundary for those that haven't contributed rates in the past, like the lady I had helped last week. They obviously contributed significantly over many years.
Thank you so much for the submission. I'm just wondering, one of the arguments that we've heard for introducing some of these fees, and I'm not talking about the exact amounts, but is that there are some real costs. So you've pointed to where there probably isn't an extra cost for having someone to, in some of those cases, because they just carry on their normal business. One of the issues I wondered was the same-day cremation. Is an answer to that just saying there are sort of available slots, on those days, or here are the hours that you can? Would that get around it so that we know that someone is going to be there, and therefore there's no extra cost? Because I think the concern is what it was presented to us, it sounded like it was going to be a genuine increase in what the operational expenditure for that cemetery would be.
We have spoken to the cemetery staff, and the rationale was that some funeral homes do put pressure on the staff to get the ashes back on the same day, so they're trying to create a disincentive for that to happen. Where I guess our view, so generally we phone the council and say, or the cemetery, and we say, we've got someone that needs to be cremated, are you happy to do that sometime today? And they can say, no, we're booked full, but come tomorrow. Can we have the ashes back today, which we hardly ever ask, but they can say, sorry, we haven't got time today, but you can have them tomorrow. So we tell families that it's normally 2 days before they can get ashes back. So I think it's really more the cemetery staff standing their ground and saying, no, sorry, you can't have the ashes back today, we're too busy, rather than introducing a new fee.
Yeah, thanks, that's very helpful.
This is probably a bit of a curly one that doesn't pertain specifically to what we're talking about, but just looking at cremations and the competition at the moment, we are the supplier. So is it potentially that you guys could probably become our competitor in the future in that sphere?
So talking to the 6 funeral homes, yes, Legacy are looking at putting in a cremator. So they're looking at getting one from Europe to replace the one that was faulty. And yes, they will be a competitor. So they do 400 cremations a year. And there may be other funeral homes that put their cremations through them, possibly. So there could be a significant financial cost. Yep.
Shula.
Thanks, guys. Just a question around the 10% discount. Do you have many examples where you, out of sort of compassion, will leave the payment of those invoices? Like you say, you carry that cost?
Yes, often. So we have people that are paying off their costs at $50 a month. So it could be years before that happens. So there's quite a big admin cost in managing that.
So you see that it's quite a significant impact if that fell?
If that was taken away, then our funeral home, we wouldn't want to carry that risk. So we'd expect families to go direct to the council to sort out the cremation and burial fees. But it's kind of, like I said before, it's a win-win where if it's retained, then the council don't have to deal with that. So there's no additional costs there. Where we're dealing with the families. We understand the grief process, so we can handle that in a sensitive way.
And we were talking about it earlier, sorry, just last thing, is that for the families it's also it would mean an additional piece of admin if it would go through council. So, which is probably not something we want. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time today to come and submit to us. Our next submitter is 846, and this is on the final tranche of submissions on 867. And we've got Claudia West from the Mount Maunganui Senior Citizens Association Incorporated. Welcome, Claudia. You'll have, I think you've selected 5 minutes to speak with questions. So, welcome.
Kia ora, thanks for having me. As you've said, my name's Claudia West. We now call ourselves the Mount Community Hall, sort of trading as. We're still incorporated as the Mount Senior Citizens, but we felt the Community Hall encompassed everyone and wasn't just for old people.
Thanks, Claudia.
This is Margaret. She is our membership manager and assistant custodian when required. I'll take our submission as read, and I guess on what you guys are dealing with, it's a bit of a low-scale request, but nonetheless we really wanted to get it in front of you guys. Our community hall started back in 1955 as a place for elderly to find friendship. From these beginnings and a lot of voluntary work, we are now a thriving community hall, servicing our wider community while also offering our members a place to meet, connect and build friendship. Our cards group has been going since 1955, with half of our membership base currently being those card players. Sue, our custodian, her grandfather used to attend cards, so the hall is in her blood also. We've had long-standing hirers, which include Scottish dancing. They've been there for 35 years. Sud's exercise group, he's been doing it for 22 years. Our music club has been there for 34 years. And rock and roll 20 years, and our Shoreline Church has been there 20 years as well. So that just really shows, the breadth of what we're offering. A community hall like ours are few and far between these days, and to have one in the heart of the Mount is a real asset to our community. We want to continue to be able to provide our services for many years to come. As noted in our submission, parking and accessibility is becoming increasingly difficult, particularly for our card members who are unable to find parks within close proximity, are getting ticketed for the short time limit that they've got, and many of whom are unable to walk or take the bus, so driving is really the only option. On site we offer 6 parks, and we also have a very kind neighbour who lets us use her space, which gives us an additional 3. To be able to have the mobility park right out the front of the hall with an extended time limit of 4 hours would be a huge asset to our members, along with the existing mobility park across the road with the extended time limit. We understand that in our asking for the additional 6 untimed parks to be changed to 4 hours, that anyone is still actually able to park here, making them not available, but it would mean that the current construction contractors parking there won't be able to do so all day long, hopefully freeing them up for others. I guess we'd also like to we're open to working with your parking team or the transport team to figure out, solutions for us. I do understand that parking is always going to be quite contentious, so we understand there's no sort of quick fix for that. We also invite you guys to come down and check out our hall and see what we do in the space that we've got. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your submission, and it was a great submission to like the little photos with the dots on it, so thank you for that. Yeah, we understand what you're asking. Is there any questions? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
I just see you've got a 4-hour time limit you're looking to put on there. Do you think that's going to actually help with the tradies? Won't they just come back at lunchtime and move to another location?
Yeah, I guess it's a hard one. We had our meeting and we had these issues, but we kind of needed to come up with a solution to ask council for something, and that was just our first sort of step to see if that would work. It may not help, but we didn't really know what else.
I think the idea is probably just work at 4 hours is too long, maybe.
Yeah. The only reason we say 4 hours is because our cards goes from 12 till 4 on a Tuesday and Thursday, and And Margaret, she goes every week and she'll be able to, you know, finalise any teaching. But basically some of our members, right, they actually can't walk the 500 metres from there. Some people are getting dropped off, their car gets parked out, you know, then the wife might walk home or something so that then they can take the car. So it's a real juggling act for our members, but we don't want them not to come because, you know, how many people have you got coming each week? Like 20 to 30?
20 to 30,
yeah.
25 is a rule.
Yeah, and probably like 4 years ago there was a real lull, right, and you were trying to build up numbers. Now there's sort of like too many, so I think that's really cool that people are coming from all over and enjoying that twice a week. So we would hate that to be the barrier that stops them from coming. Yeah.
I presume this is really urgent.
Yeah, it's an issue that we have right now, yeah. So outside of talking to more of our neighbours and asking to borrow some of their front yards and parking space, yeah, this is, and obviously timely with the submissions happening, we wanted to get it in front of you to be able to work with you guys to see how it, yeah, we can change. Cool.
All right, thank you very much for your submission, and as I say, we'll consider all of these, no matter how big or small your submission. We look at them all, so thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Chris Morris, and this is submission 852. He is representing JWL Central Limited, and that is page 914 of the final tranche of submissions. Welcome, Chris. I believe you've requested 5 minutes, and we'll happily ask any questions if you leave any time towards the end. So.
Cool, thank you for having me today. My submission is reasonably small, focuses on a particular line item in the annual plan as notified, in particular relating to streetscape upgrades in the CBD. There's an amount there of $500,000. There was more, but it's been pegged back, which is fine. My submission just suggests that we need to coincide the timing of that spend with the completion of private developments in that area. And the reason for that is obviously efficiencies in terms of cost, disruption to other users in the CBD, and it makes sense to do it while we're on site with the hoardings in place. The works can be done in the physical environment that's there now. So that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Very succinct and to the point, which is fantastic. I'll ask the first question. You know, so this is I agree with you. It's an opportunity to work in and hopefully do things for better value for money. You know, what's your view from a developer perspective? You know, one, would you be willing to potentially help do the works, like coordinate them? Is there a sort of cost sharing ability there, because it is sort of a win-win for both of us potentially? Do you think those are options?
So yes, I've already been working with Sean in your transport department. We've had a design drawn up. He's put some rough numbers to it. In terms of cost sharing, yes. In respect to that though, I guess we will be paying development contributions with a fairly hefty transport component to that, so I would look to Council to suggest that should be the funding source for these upgrades.
That's well answered, thank you. Councillor, correct.
Net total development will be about 1.6 million. The transport component is just under 600,000.
Councillor Taylor.
Where have you dealings with Sean? How's that gone? Just as
Oh no, he's been very receptive. And look, we're not asking for a crazy over the top thing like you've got outside farmers. Just a more scaled back sort of approach to that.
The ability to maybe tweak it a bit to suit your development, is that a good thing?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, and he's on board with that. Yeah.
Cool.
Your submission, we're fully on board, and really Sean's very open to coming up with solutions to this type of thing. Have you got any kind of broad spectrum idea what you want as a streetscape? Like what?
Oh, it's just
we've got ours. And what's yours?
So we'd just like the footpath to be widened, and when I say widened, to remain where it is now, with that works that's down. I'm talking about Harrington Street in particular. So leave the parking line where it is, make the footpath wider, and just have a few in-ground gardens. No raised benches or anything like that. So just a wider footpath, various access points up towards our development to allow that flow of pedestrians from the street into our space.
Just a supplementary. I was more interested in style of footpath.
Oh, so
health safety issues. So
the same as what you've got outside farmers.
Yeah.
So Sean's given us all of those details. We were doing exactly the same spec.
Thank you.
Right. Have we got any further questions? Well, thank you very much. I think it's very interesting to hear your views, and obviously we'll obviously consider that as we go forward. But it does seem to make sense that we do align our spending to development in the city. It's a win-win. So we look forward to continuing those conversations.
Thank you.
Now I invite submission 849. It is on the final tranche of submissions on page 887, and I invite Bryce Don Ford from Element IMF Limited.
Your Worship, councillors, thanks for your time. You've got my submissions there. I don't propose to spend too much time on number one. That's a bit historical, but I guess it paints a background on our thoughts on the industrial rates. The differential which was applied last term, it was thinly justified, but it kind of is in place. I think we all know that a lot of the industrial traffic in Tauranga is a function of the port. It's not necessarily a function of our own locally generated traffic, and should probably be an NZ Inc cost, but that's a bigger thing for another day. My number one point today is the second one. Stage 4 at Tauranga is now zoned, and through the enabling works, which are well underway, 43 hectares of industrial land has been enabled. That means that there's a further 35 hectares there that cannot be utilised, or can't be brought to life until such time as the long-term State Highway 29 upgrades are in place. And I think I attached there the most recent update from NZTA saying they expect that to be completed in 2035, subject to funding. None of us have ever seen one of these things happen early. It's not impossible, but it's near impossible. So the people who own those 35 hectares of land will not be able to do anything with them other than what they can currently do with them for at least the next 10 years. So I'm saying that, number one, they definitely should not have an industrial loading on their rates. Secondly, they should have the right to apply for rates postponement. And I think that rates postponement, it needs to be linked to the use and what you can actually do with it. When I put this to your officers earlier, they said that on some of this land we've started earthworks on it, so we've clearly changed the use. That is the case, but Tauranga needs massive earthworks, and just because we've taken away a house and shifted some dirt around, we still can't use it. It doesn't really change that fact at all. Of those 35 hectares, about 17 of it is us, and about 18 to 19 is about 8 third-party owners. So to some degree, I'm here submitting on their behalf. I don't think they'll even know this is coming their way yet, but when they do, they won't be very happy. So that's probably the primary submission there. Then on just some of the other stuff, the experience we had in the last round of rating is that the process is quite blunt, and I think a bit more investigation could be applied. If the valuers came and talked to us early, we could explain to them some of the topographic and geotechnical limitations that apply. Like, they'll just look at a purple shading on on the district plan. That doesn't mean it can all be used. Some of it is permanent escarpment that can never be changed for geotechnical reasons. And there have been little tweaks and that sort of thing. So I know next time round there'll be another chance, but I'd probably ask for that chance, and we're more than happy to take those values for a tour and even prepare maps that demonstrate all those limitations. That's all from me, thanks.
All right, I just had a first question. So, you know, on that that number 2, and talking specifically about State Highway 29 and the RONS project, this is part of the conditions of the plan change, is it? Or
there's a sequencing schedule, and you can go to 43 hectares of enabled work with the works that are underway at the moment, the roundabout at Redwood, etc. Then potentially you can go to 50 if the link through the sawmill is completed in the existing highway. After that, nothing can be done until the long-term State Highway 29 upgrades are in place, or alternative acceptable to NZTA. Like one acceptable alternative may be the completion of the Tauranga Drive road network over to State Highway 36, but we also know that's probably not happening anytime soon because it's very expensive. I suppose none of these prerequisites can be delivered by the landowners. We're reliant on central government.
is this part of the plan change conditions, or is this a?
It's part of the conditions which flowed from the ITA, you know, the traffic report, which was done by Becker and submitted to TCC and NZTA for consideration.
Yeah, but those conditions, where do they sit? Like,
they sit in your district plan.
Oh, in the
your
district
city plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Morris.
Ross, thank you. Good to see you again. Cheeky one from me, cheeky one, which you'd expect nothing less. Just looking at one of the properties there at Belk Road, and that's at a significant capital value uplift since rezoning. Would you be happy to share that capital uplift if we postpone the rates?
Those valuations are massively overstated. Okay. So I can come back to you on a cheeky basis, because if you defer them 10 years, they come back to being worth less than rural. That's the other kind of bad thing for these people. If they sit patiently and wait, yes, they will have a good day. But if you apply a valuation methodology with a discounted cash flow to it and discounted it anything above 10%, it'll turn back into less than rural. So I know what you're saying, and the value capture thing's a really good idea, but you got to signal it 20 years out.
That's a good answer. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Thanks, Bryce, for raising this. I was just interested what the initial thinking was from yourself and the other landowners, because what the government has done is to bring forward by potentially a decade the trigger point for that, because it was going to be the 2040, or maybe more, 2049 was talked about at one point. So at least we've got to 2035, and I completely agree with you, that's probably unrealistic that it'll actually happen by then, but the same argument applied to 2049. That was probably unrealistic. It could have been 2055 for all we know. So we're about a decade and a bit better off than, you know, the city is, if you like, with the new timing for that, albeit there'll be some downsides for 29A. So surely as a landowner, you'd be kind of going, this is great compared to what it was, because we actually could be up to 14 years better off. So what were you thinking when the agreement went through? Were you just thinking the same thing, or have those discussions been had and you sort of lost?
The first part of this rezoning happened in around 2010, when we submitted to, must have been the regional plan, and the urban limits were extended out to incorporate essentially all of this land. At that time, we were working with TCC and NZTA to try to enable a Tauranga bypass, which was a much better version of what you're now seeing and much cheaper than what you're now seeing. So there were no limits at that stage, or there would have been no limits. Even when we started the more recent process, these limits didn't exist. They're a result of more recent traffic studies and the congestion we all see out there, right? But we don't, when we're doing a plan change like that, we don't just look at traffic. We also had to look at sizing all the stormwater ponds correctly and getting the wastewater infrastructure right and that sort of thing. And we've rezoned what is a sort of a natural topographical basin through there. So I don't think we could really leave some bits out, if that makes sense. It still is better to rezone more. If we'd rezoned less, there wouldn't be the rate, so we wouldn't have to be having this discussion. But at least we've got a more comprehensive thing there with some supply, which is going to last a little bit longer.
Just on that point, on point 3 around the natural hazards, usability, etc. So I'm just keen to understand a bit more from like stormwater, for example. Obviously, in an industrial estate, you've got to do that. Is that vested back to council, so therefore it's not rateable, or do you hold that and pay rates on that?
It is ultimately all vested in council, but sometimes there's a big delay between the time that the rates start flowing and the vesting happens.
Yeah.
So even if you looked at the industrial zoning on your plan from the sky, it wouldn't look like that plan that I've put in there, but everything there will ultimately be stormwater reserve or something similar to that.
Yeah.
Part of that accommodates your wastewater pump station out there as well.
And then just to dig into that a little bit more, like you've got some land that has some constraints, for geotechnical reasons or whatever. Is that reflected in the value and therefore effectively taken into account?
It should be.
Yeah.
But I think I'm saying that it wasn't necessarily with the valuations that were done.
Okay, so there's a looking
by
at
Optius.
Total
That's something that can be reasonably easily addressed, and was addressed through the process by people just talking and understanding stuff better.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Currat.
So just on that, so the normal objection process of the valuations, surely that would allow you to argue the case.
It does, but I'd say a lot of people are probably not that sophisticated in being able to get onto that. One of ours, just as an example, and credit to your officers, we got it sorted through some sort of discretionary process, but on one of them they said you didn't lodge an objection in time, therefore nothing you can do. But the rates notice and valuation notice wasn't even sent to us, it was sent to the previous owner, so we didn't even know. So and for these other people, it all just sort of happens before they notice, they notice it when the big rates bill turns up.
Thank you very much, Bryce. You brought up some good points, which again, we will consider, and really appreciate your time to give us that feedback. Thank you. We now move to submission 680. This is on the final tranche of submissions on page 150, and we welcome Noel Hall to come and present to us. Noel, you've chosen 10 minutes, so please talk for as much of that time as you want, and if you want to have questions, please leave some time at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My employment was almost entirely in the field of large thermal power stations. Their planning, development, design, construction, operation within New Zealand and other countries. I've enjoyed getting involved in local engineering issues, and that's really where most of my comments have come from. My submission covers a number of concerns, and I won't be speaking to all of these today. It doesn't mean that the other points are less important. I'll make one general comment about rates. How does the council expect ratepayers to keep on paying rate increases which are grossly above inflation when household incomes do not even keep pace with inflation. Rate increases must be kept below inflation no matter what grandiose schemes are planned for certain sections of Tauranga society. My main submission point is about getting the Gravett Road stormwater culvert completed. This project was moved from its place in the long-term plan to a time beyond the extent of the current 25-26 annual plan. It needs to be put back on track as a matter of urgency. I live near the Palm Beach Stormwater Storage Reserve in Papamoa. People quickly get drawn to its pond views. Mown grass down to water's edge, lots of room to sit down under trees and picnic, and various recreation groups using the areas such as for radio control yachting. Further east though, the pond gives way to the meandering Wairaki stream and nearby well-used cycling path. But there the stream is complete with massive weed growth along the banks and large areas of floating weed hindering any view of the water itself. To ensure stream flow capacity, this weed must be regularly cleared. It is a water highway, not a static wetland. Lots of maintenance will continue to be required. But this presentation is importantly about TCC delaying construction of the required culverts at Gravett Road and the potential impacts that could have on local residents. Originally, water flowed from Papamoa Hills to near Kairua and then became the Wairaki stream to near the mouth of the Kaituna River, quite a long distance, just merging into swampland. It didn't have any open, singular outlet. As the area of Papamoa developed, road and rail cut off water flow from the Papamoa Hills. The Wairaki stream became a 10 kilometre or so drain with no specific start or end points. Eventually, 2 water outlets were created, an underground pipe adjacent to Grant Place and an open channel at Harrison's Cut. Flow of the Wairaki stream actually reversed from its original direction. Flood prediction modelling carried out for flows into the Wairaki stream system has been based on a 1 in 100 years rainfall event, a large storm, and requirements are incorporated into the current resource consent for the stream. One being that such large storms don't cause water to flow over onto the TEL. Instead, the water flows northwest along the Wairaki stream course and out to sea at Grant Place or Harrison's Cut. The modelling led to preparation of the comprehensive Wairaki stream resource consent. This consent was updated in 2015 and contained 2 key requirements for TCC as consent holders. One was preparation of the landscape plan for the whole of the Wairaki stream and associated reserve land, and number 2 was increased capacity for increased capacity of culverts at all road crossings, mostly by the addition of 2 1800 millimetre diameter pipes or equivalent. The implication of the need for additional culvert capacity was that for this design rainstorm, no flooding would occur over the 4.6 metre level, provided every one of those culverts was in place. Completion dates were given for aspects of the landscape plan. Submission of the final document to the Regional Council in December 2017 and completion of all landscape plan works by 2025. And that has essentially been completed. I believe it is, and has been, in hindsight, significant that no completion dates were given for installation of the existing culverts. In 2020, TCC advised, through preparation of its comprehensive catchment management plan, that all culverts would be complete in 2020 or 2021. The commissioners came and work carried on with construction of the required culverts. The culverts at Palm Beach Boulevard were installed in 2024, and the commissioners stated then that the last of the culverts at Gravett Road would be completed in 2025. In early 2024, contractors removed a handful of relatively mature trees on the triangle of land between Beachwater Drive and Gravett Road. They would have obstructed culvert installation. And in the lead up to the 25-26 annual plan, we were told by TCC that the Gravett Road culvert was not in that plan, but it was to be delayed because of reprioritisation of works within the long-term plan. The $7 million could be better spent elsewhere. Now it needs to be noted that the outlet at Grant Place is only a single 1200mm diameter underground pipe, and there is no overflow weir associated with it. Once the pipe is full, all surplus water has to flow west through the Gravett Road culverts and on towards Harrison's Cut. As currently constructed, i.e. without Gravett Road additional culverts, and based on the requirements that were dictated by the resource consent, there is insufficient capacity of the two existing pipes at Gravett Road to make the full 1 in 100-year flood flow. This location then becomes a major choke point to such flow. Floodwater just backs up when it can't all get through. Without the additional Gravett Road culverts in place, heavy flooding is likely for properties in all of Papamoa, everything east of Domain Road. How many residents would be affected? If you look at a map of Papamoa and the spread of housing, suggests upwards of possibly 75% of 50,000 residents. In other words, 35,000 people. As indicated in yesterday's sessions, some Mongatapu residents continue to suffer financial consequences from previous heavy rain. Papamoa and the rest of Tauranga have been extremely fortunate to date that major storms such as cyclones Hale and Gabrielle, and the recent ones from Easter to early May, as well as others, they completely bypassed this area. If such a storm or a larger one ends up being centred on Papamoa before the additional Gravett Road culverts are installed, the effects from flooding could be devastating. If this happens, TCC now knows about the possible consequences. Who could be held liable for damage? CEO? What about councillors? I believe it is vitally important that the Gravett Road culvert be put back onto the 25-26 annual plan for immediate construction to complete the work that the resource consent requires. There is a significant risk on every day that the Gravett Road additional culverts remain uninstalled. Papamoa residents deserve better than what is proposed by the current draft plan. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Unsurprisingly, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. G'day, Noel. Thank you for coming in. So essentially, for my colleagues' benefit, all of the blockages in the Waiaraki stream, or what Mary Dillon referred to yesterday as the Papamoa main drain, as we used to know it, have been upgraded. So Parton Road, Longview Drive, Opal Drive's closed at the moment, to Main Road. The last piece is Gravatt Road, which will act like a dam because the pipes aren't big enough
for a large storm, yes.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It is free to get a bit of water through, but not the full storm flow.
So the point is, millions and millions of dollars have been spent getting to this point, and this is the last piece to get the stuff out to sea, and it's a choke point. Gotcha.
Thanks, Tom. In regards to reprioritisation, Are we told which projects displace this one? Because you said there's other projects that are more important.
That particular wording, the reprioritisation, was given in a email communication I received from the council.
Did you ask which projects
are
they considered to be more important? Because it seems to me to be quite very important.
Oh, to me it's a concern. It's a concern that it was taken out.
Yeah, perhaps we need to ask the question.
To be fair to my colleagues, this is probably not a question, although I can make it one if I have to, but just what we got presented with last year was a list of projects, some of which were shunted forward, and this was one of them, as you've rightly said. This was on the very brink, so it was the top of the orange list as we got it. So my understanding is that the funding is was proposed to be just very slightly into the next financial year. The majority of the spend of 7.4 million would have been in the 2026, 27 and 27, 28 years. But I guess that's something I know I had asked specifically about this project. It's something we were told through the annual plan process we have the opportunity to assess this master list. So I guess just letting you know it is the project that is right on the threshold of going one way or the other.
The point I'm making is just that any more delay from now means that there is a risk on Papamoa.
Thank you very much, Noel. I really appreciate you coming and presenting to us, and yeah, we'll certainly take your views into consideration. Thank you. Next submission is 968, and that is on page 1264 of the final submissions, and I invite Susan Hodgkinson forward, please, to present to us.
Once upon a time I was academic and now I'm not. So, my submission was Pig's Breakfast, but it got my foot in the door for this speech. I like your title, Finding the Right Balance, but I don't think you're on balance. I think there's a long way to go before the fulcrum balances. And why I think that is because I'm old now, and I read from the Urban Task Force, Tauranga has experienced significant growth pressure in recent decades. True. I came to the Mount in 1958 and I've never seen anything but growth. Our community is facing unprecedented challenges because in the past, leaders have seen growth as a problem rather than an opportunity. I see growth as being necessary for me personally and all my friends, and a lot of them have left now, a lot of them have died. But I see growth and I feel growth, and growth has become my very fabric. All I do is adjust. I've lived at the Mount, I went away, did my OE, came back, and the whole of Arataki had been built. All we do, if we live here for a long time and make it our home and make it our community, is adjust. I want to thank you for putting the islands down the middle of Monganui Road. Most of the time, the islands in the roundabout, around where I live, have really controlled the traffic. So thank you. And the fact that the logging trucks don't go down there anymore is wonderful. I can go to sleep without thudding in my whole house, being like an earthquake continually. Anyway, back to the Urban Task Force. I don't know about the leaders seeing growth as a problem, but to me, the whole area has always been an opportunity. the reason I live here, the reason I came as a child, was because it was lots of opportunity. The intent of the Urban Task Force is to focus on the opportunities presented by growth and unlock these opportunities by working collaboratively and innovatively across government, local government and the private sector. Where is the neighbourhood? Where are the people? Thank you for using this room. This is a really cool community room. When I was a child, we played ammo fights through the pine trees where there were birds like kingfishers. And then over here was the athletics field. It started off over there where they're mowing, then it was over there. And behind that was a mountain bike track without any mountain bikes then, it was just bikes. So I've played in this area forever, but now it's embargoed. I'm in the wrong community. I'm not cricket. Hardly any girls played cricket when I went to school. But I'm not that community, so I've never been in this room before, so thank you. But what about the neighbourhood? Anything that happens around here, like over here, that was the rugby club where you're selling the village. 29.95 metre building. With the shadow will go across the number 1 field into the other side of Tay Street. We've had the shadow photo sent to us. It's been postponed and it's not sold. But man, the parking around here, all over the new islands, all over everywhere is parking. And I don't mind the people having to park for netball or rugby or skateboarding or homeless or bowls or cricket or soccer. But they drop their rubbish and there's no rubbish tins. I want rubbish tins, council, and I've said this before, beside the bus stops. And I also want a bus. I know you don't do buses, but if you're going to send netball to the stadium, there's no buses. Kids come across all the time from their schools over that side to here. And if you're going to put in the cost as well as the rates, and by God, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to afford the rates, and I'm frightened because I have never ever been in debt. And I'm not homeless, and I don't want to be homeless because I can't pay my rates on my $52,000 little shed that I bought in the 70s, which was worth over $1 million, and now it's down to about 900 and something. And it's a shed. Okay, I've double glazed it, and I put insulation in the walls, but it's a little Beasley shed. Take off. So I'm frightened, and I have never been frightened before, and I'm an unsold home invasion survivor. And I've done mongrel mob on one side and black power on the other about little babies when I was in SIFs. And I have never been frightened to the limit that I am frightened now about losing my home to rates and to costs and to congestion tax. How can you go and do sport on the other side of the motor, or bring the kids this side and not have congestion tax to get them back to school? It's hopeless. I think that's really nice that you've put that great big stadium thing in the old Wari-whare. But to get kids back to school, or to get kids from here back to school for early morning and afternoon or late whatever, training, over to the surf club, down to play cricket, they're going to get caught in your costs. And it's the costs that worry me too. I go to the gym every day. I'm 75, I'm quite fit. But it takes a membership, it takes swimming, it takes being able to get there. And I am so worried, and so are my friends. And why is Mount Maunganui turning into Coolangatta? High rises for temporary living for for the buy and die age group of which I am, but I can't afford that. The buy and the die. Going to live with Sandersons. Not going to care about the community. Do you want a community? What is your vision? Nowhere do I know what the vision is for the council. All I know is it's control and cultural change, and I'm caught in this change, and I'm too old to have my son taken away from my house. 29.95 metres, because now I'm living in Mount North. Who knew? 29.95 metres will take away my north and my west son. I don't want to live in a cold house. I've got the skin to prove that I'd spent too much time in the sun, and now I still spend time in the sun picking up rubbish. And your plan was nothing except money. There are other ways you can harness the people and cut the costs. I'm a product of that. I'm an example. The amount of rubbish that I pick up. And while we're onto it, I don't think I filled out this form very well about why mattering. Local water done well, and I don't understand how it can be local water when you're going to join up. I don't understand the word local. And what else I didn't understand is how I graphed this. For the record, and if you'd all like to change it on my my little thing, I want you to keep it in-house. And the reason I want you to keep it in-house is because I ring the council quite often and I send photos and I ask, how can I get rid of this? Is it on NZTA land? And I heard another word just before, 80 something. This guy talked about NZTA, but he had a IT. He had another couple of letters. Anyway, I know it as NZTA Waka Kotahi. Or is it railway? Or is it city council? The last lot of fly tipping that I saw, and I know where it comes from, went across the razor wire down the ramp on State Highway 2. It must have been done at night, and over the railway line, and landed on the little gravel road, mud road. In the end, the golf course took it all away, because the railway guy from Wellington rang me and said they couldn't take it away because of health and safety. I said, your trains aren't coming this weekend because you're fixing up where the girl got killed at Gulf Road. But no, health and safety. It would be still there, but the golf club took it. It was so much rubbish. A whole fly tip of rubbish. And it happens all the time. But the other thing is, I'm really into tidiness and beauty. The Tauranga City Council and it really riles me, put a concrete path in from the skateboard park. Now, I love that skateboard park, and I had something to do with the Nationals. It's too small, it's too stretched, and it should be across the road where the homeless live. I know those homeless guys. Anyway, you put the concrete path in, but you cut down the Pahutakawa trees, and they were really healthy. And you could have left the trunks and left the branches, and the path could have gone around the trees, because it's for skateboard, scooter, and those sort of kids. They're the only ones that use it, except me, and I clean it. But the kids could have gone around. You didn't have to take the trees down. Why don't you think out of the box? It's ugly. So James Jacobs from your council, he's quite a nice guy. I've never met him. He's a surfer. He in the end must have had a talk with you, I think, Mahe, and had a meeting with Kiwi Rail, and they won't do anything about that fence. They won't let bikinis go up there. They won't let jandals go up there. they won't let Merrimbekia climb through because they don't want anybody climbing it. I can tell you it's easy to climb, even without the top rail. But
So
what are we going to do? I mean,
need to-
it's ugly. And the only other thing I want to talk about is the guys that do the mowing, and I know they're losing their job because I talked to them on the way here. Nobody ever gets a sweeper machine and vacuums around the islands. They can't vacuum up the gutters, and if cars are always parked there, and there's going to be more and more cars because of those high-rises and terrace houses and no parking. But nobody gets the sweeper truck around the islands. It's ugly and it's no good for floods.
All right, thank you very much for your commitment to our community and for coming to present today. So thank you.
I think I own the place. And it really upsets me that people don't care for it.
Yeah. Thank you. Our next presenter is submission 768, Marie Quill, and you can find that on the last tranche on 458 is the page number. Welcome, Marie, and look forward to hearing your submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to say I have an eye condition which is affected by fluorescent lights, and so it will pull my face when I talk. So I'm very sorry about that, but I can't do much about it. So I don't want this to happen, but it will, because those are right in my eyes. Okay, good afternoon. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Marie Quill. I'm a retired teacher who moved 6 years ago from Hamilton to Tauranga to reside at Papamoa Beach. My husband David, who's sitting back there, and I have been ratepayers here for 27 years. We are deeply concerned about the high rates, increases set by the TCC, and the new surcharge on the rates for Papamoa East residents, and the mismanagement and waste of money by the Tauranga City Council. However, I've made a submission, but I'm only going to talk to some things in the annual plan. Living within a budget, Te Okaroa Drive, and the tsunami path for evacuation in Papamoa. Every household, except perhaps the 2% very rich New Zealanders, have to live within their budget. But not the Tauranga City Council. You are displaying financial mismanagement, with most of this in the capex requiring huge borrowing. Quayside Holdings could sell off more assets at a profit instead of losses to pay some of the loans off. A 12% rates increase is disgraceful. The increase should reflect the cost of living increase that Stats New Zealand put out, and that was 3% for 2024, an affordable increase. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, thank you. Who's that kind person? Oh, that's so kind. Although we agree with how most of the rates money is spent on operational costs or OPEX, so, you know, you do a good job. I'm not saying you don't with most of it. We see excessive spending on consultants, 41 million on consultants, and other, what was other, 22 million? Was that lawyers? When you should have properly qualified experts employed within the council. The huge capex borrowing and interest bills caused by the building of Te Manawa o Te Papa in central Tauranga has caused a 151 million shortfall borne by ratepayers who were not properly consulted. This means much money is going into the town centre again, remembering Cameron Road fiasco, with little money going towards the outlying suburbs and their facilities. 40% of your ratepayers in Tauranga are retirees like us. And just because we're not seen to be very vocal, we are concerned and stressed over rates rises. Many recent retirees have spent their lifetime savings to have a place in the sun in Tauranga, and their work lives lack the compulsory KiwiSaver accounts, which only came in 2007. Many have limited savings or other resources other than government super. Now maybe you're out of touch with government super. it's just gone up for couples to $817 a week. But it was last year, which was working on my budget, $803. For Tauranga rates and Bay of Plenty regional rates, we ended up paying $92.40 a week. That was an eighth of our income. Then we add the necessities of house insurance, contents, internet, phones, electricity, gas, medical, and running one car, so we have two. It was $278 per week. Then food and household has soared to $290. So what's left over? $143 if you're living off government super. And what does that have to cover? That has to cover the house and garden maintenance, personal spending like clothes and shoes, opticians, dentists, donations, holidays, newspapers, entertainment, dining out, presents for the family, subscriptions to any clubs, and that second car. These figures show that no one can live comfortably on government superannuation unless they have other savings, investments, or a business. The $10 per week rates increase you propose for a median house value in Tauranga is going to limit retirees' participation in society even further. And yet you intend to increase rates again and again, and I've read figures of 70% more increases over the next 6 years to pay for the huge borrowing you have incurred. Rates of this increase cause real financial hardship. We also object vehemently to the proposed rate surcharge on Papamoa East residents for the Te Tumu infrastructure. This is unfair and discriminatory. What about all the people who now have a new destination playground in the centre of the city, or the new Museum of Marae, or the wide cycle lanes down Cameron Road? Are the people in Tauranga City Central having a surcharge put on their rates to fund these? They are benefiting from something physical they can use. We do not benefit from pipes in the ground several kilometres down the road from us. When the Sand Shopping Centre is complete, then we will pay through the businesses we support. Okay, Te Aotearoa Drive. The first kilometre south-east from Tara Parton Road roundabout needs widening and an upgrade. The amount of traffic, including many trucks and buses along this road, excuse me, is tenfold since 2020 and is bumper to bumper at peak times and when the schools vacate. This is an unsafe, narrow, winding piece of road leading to thousands of houses now. It has very narrow parking bays and bus stops and lacks separate lane provision for turning right into both industrial areas of Ashley Place and Reynolds Place. The camber throws traffic towards the oncoming traffic in two places. It has high traffic humps which damage car tyres, bounce everyone around, and blind drivers with oncoming lights at night. The speed hump at the pedestrian crossing just 10 metres from the roundabout is so dangerous that I've seen several cars nearly rammed from the rear when traffic backs up round the roundabout. I support my mother living in Papamoa Beach Village, which is right on that roundabout, or just a bit down from it, 4 to 5 times per week, and we are forced by heavy traffic to exit left, drive back to Parton Road, go round the roundabout, and then back into Te Aotearoa Drive to head home. Please upgrade the first kilometre of Te Aotearoa Drive to the same standard that the rest of it is at. The rest of it's a beautiful road, but why do we have that mess at the beginning? Right, tsunami pathways or escape routes for Papamoa residents. Last year, TCC staff working on tsunami modelling explained their new blue zone charts to Papamoa residents. All of Papamoa would be inundated with floodwater. New charts will not save one single life. There are evacuation signs pointing to the Papamoa Hills on every lamppost throughout Papamoa East, but we are trapped by motorway sound barrier walls and huge ditches. The TCC needs to supply simple pathways or routes that head for the Papamoa Hills. I hear on the grapevine that someone has now been appointed in council to get things rolling. At the very least, routes should be walked and planned to use existing roads and bridges. Some sort of legislation should be enforced to close the Eastern Transport Link, the ETL, along with Parton Road, Tara Road and Domain Road, should a tsunami warning be given. Provision needs to be made to connect the new Te Tumu overbridge with Bell Road via a walkway. Evacuation routes are essential and need negotiation and being put in place to safeguard the Papamoan population. They are doable by Council and need to be in this annual plan. In conclusion, it is unconscionable to tax residents so heavily that they are stressed or forced out of their homes. Every rates increase should not be above the cost of living increase. Most of Te Okoroa Drive is amazing, but why do we have to suffer the first kilometre daily? And sometimes I go up there 4 or 5 times a day. Lastly, the tsunami planning staff at TCC need to walk the tsunami routes and plan appropriately. The annual plan can be improved. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your submission. Have we
any questions?
Got any questions? Councillor Crowther.
I guess I'm interested, given our financial constraints, there's the typical tension between wanting to do more, which I think a lot of us in the room would support, especially things that are potentially life and death issues, but on the other hand trying to keep rates down. So in terms of those priorities of things that you raised, what do you think is more urgent, the tsunami escape routes or upgrading the road?
Well, with the amount of traffic, because of this new supermarket and the shops down there, the amount of articulated trucks and things is huge. Until Te Tumu Overbridge goes across, we've got increased traffic loads and it's massive. It's nose to tail. Have you been down there? It's very slow because you've got so many people trying to stop and turn at night, and it goes on for hours. It actually starts at about 2:30 now, and it goes to about 6:30 every day, trying to get in and out of there. But I don't know why that first... It's actually built for a lot wider road, the whole area. They've actually got a huge grass strip all down the side, and they've already had to make one turning into Turu Foti or something street. They've had to widen in one place already. So, yes. I don't know what is the tsunami problem does worry me a little bit, because I've seen what happened in Japan years ago and in the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Marie.
Thank you.
I guess just to let you know, I think this new council is very concerned around financial prudence, and since we've been in office, we've saved a significant amount of money, and we'll continue to do that. So while we can't offer you a great rates relief this year, we hope some of those changes in coming years will certainly make a difference going forward. So we are still hopeful that we can get the rates this year under 10%, but that will be part of deliberations. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have a number of submissions. It's 859, 810 and 861, and those are on pages 962, 656 and 996. I invite Harris Williams. I believe he's being joined by Kate Barry Pacino. I'm not sure if you want to bring Nick Potts is here as well. You can do it all as one if you'd like. Yeah, and obviously. So Nick Potts' submission is 793, which is on page 578. So this relates to a number of issues, and representing our Mount Business Association. Nick Potts is from Solaro Wine Bar. So I'll hand over to you Between your two submissions, I believe we've got about half an hour. So yeah, sort of, I'm happy to leave it in your hands if you want to talk one issue and open it to questions, or do all of them and open it to questions. Yeah, happy for you guys to control that. So.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, councillors. Thank you very much for hearing us today. And I must say it's a wonderful opportunity to have some time to speak to the issues that affect us, given that on the annual plan we were given a strict 5 minutes and cut off completely. So that was not a good exercise in terms of engaging with stakeholders under the annual plan. So hopefully you've had a chance to read Mount Business Association's submission. There is some 6 or so other submissions from restaurants that they've asked us to speak. They're busy people, getting them here. Nick has wonderfully come down, but he's also on the Mount Business Association board, so he knows it's part of his governance role to be here. So it'd be fair to say that he's also on the Hospitality Association, so he can wear a few hats when he's here and give some real-life examples around what's going on that I cannot. But I am here as chair of Mount Business Association, so I'll do my best to represent the members, and we do engage with them all as close as we can to understand what's going on in their lives, as does Harris, who is our new manager of Mount Main Street, and we welcome his engagement, particularly in the advocacy piece, so that he can take over from me in this space over the next coming months. So this submission, I'll start with mine, and then Harris and Nick are going to focus on the outdoor policy. I may jump in there on a couple of aspects of that when it comes to legal aspects, but I'll focus on the first submission, which is the more broader general submission. So the key focus of our submission is to highlight the ongoing lack of tangible investment that's happened and a lack of committed action to our Mount Town Centre. Now, I realise that in some of this I may go back to history, and I look around the room, and probably, sadly for me, I've probably got the longest history here of anyone in the room in terms of understanding what's gone on at the Mount and what's gone on with council. Now, on the one hand, you can say you're looking forward, but in my submission, it's important that you look back to understand the history of where this has come from, and in particular, because it's understanding that history in the local government context and in the investment context that you can make decisions today looking forward. So really my involvement with Mount Business Association happened some 5 years ago, where I had moved my practices from the CBD because it was somewhere that was in sad decline at the time, and the Mount Town Centre was a more thriving environment to work in, quite frankly. And I had children over here working in the surf club, and you'd be surprised to know that, just as a segue, Mount Surf Club, 70% of the children that practice there and are training come from Tauranga side. So the two and the relationship between the two is really important. It's not them versus us. It represents the whole community in terms of what's there. So they asked me to help out, and I did, and that was at a point where they had spent some money of their own funds on getting a spatial plan together for a vision of what their town centre could look like, and it was really a critical piece. And at the time, I was actually bringing judicial review proceedings against Tauranga City Council by the property developers that had put in a huge amount, some $10 or $12 million worth of reserve contributions for all the high-rises down in Mount North high-rise policy area. And the council had spent none of that on local, and that's local community reserves. You've got citywide reserves that you take when any development happens or an apartment happens, and then you have local reserves. None of that had been spent at the Mount for its community. So at that point, the discussions were about getting council to spend that money at the Mount. At the time, it was in a recession, it was 2010 around, and actually some active community-minded people like Peter Cooney and Bain McDonald, old-term developers that lived at the Mount, said, buy some land, land's cheap, do it now, you've got these reserves. They didn't do it, but there was an agreement that they would offset the commercial development that they built around Rising Tide, that they were selling that land to commercial developers, and they would put in purataka, diverting that funds as presumably a clever accounting exercise without actually taking money out of their general funds. That's the history of purataka and why the Mount has had its only investment in terms of its town centre, that it was actually utilising a big chunk of local reserves. So it's that history that when that was shortcutted in terms of master plans were cut short, foliage was taken out, it was concreted over, that's a history of some pretty sour grapes around Mount Town Centre and what we have in terms of investment. The toilets have still not been upgraded. The lighting has still not been upgraded. We have rubbish bins from the 90s. These are matters. We've got the town sort of landscaping is there from, I think, 1994. You can tell and label it from the tiles around the trees. You can immediately label it when it's blue and yellow as to what time frame it came in. That's well beyond the life of a turnover of that type of streeting assets. And at the same time, you've got, and I'm not trying to redo what's happened in the CBD, but when we have hundreds of millions being invested into the CBD, there's this massive disparity in investment, particularly when I know that most of these councils should have already seen Mount Town Centre's empirical data that gets presented to you that shows Mount Town Centre is by far and away the most commercially profitable town centre that Tauranga has. So, and not only that, it is a showcase for all visitors, for all our cruise ships. It's pivotal to the economy and for visitors, and that is a benefit to the entire Tauranga community. So is that the showcase that you want for most visitors' experience to what Tauranga represents? And my submission is it's not. And yet, at the same time, its popularity that's grown organically means that those Mount businesses are paying operational costs of very high rates based on very high land values. So yes, they are successful, but there's a high cost to that. And I can tell you, as Harris will allude to, and Nick will also, that the hospitality businesses in particular are doing it really hard. Although going through the street, even in the last few months, I noticed that we normally have about a 1% occupancy rate. We now have 3 very large storefronts that are up for lease right now with retail shut as well. This is unknown in my time that I can remember ever seeing that amount of street frontage vacant on a Mount Town Centre, which has always been a guarantee of filling our storefronts. We never even normally have a sign go up. That's what we're facing with now, and it is real, and it is, as you know from the CBD, once that domino effect happens, it doesn't take much to go into a spiral that's very hard to climb out of. And Mount Business Association is asking to work with council, as we have repeatedly since the long-term plan and well before, to actually work with us as stakeholders. You will see probably from the submission that we have not been consulted with repeatedly, and I'm not saying that that's your fault, but it is one that seems a systemic attitude within council staff that they don't treat Mount Business Association as an important stakeholder. And that means that we should be finding things out before it goes to our members that they get, and not a couple of weeks before either. That's happened with the backflow water prevention systems. It's happened with the LTO licences that got sent out to our businesses. We got no consultation whatsoever on Plan Change 33, yet it was massively impacting our commercial centre, going from 12 metres high to permitted 16, and what that would do to allowing as a permitted activity, huge amount of residential intensification. If we were in a different economy, that would have probably been realised by now. Those are significant changes to what the Mount Town Centre represents to this whole community. So I've also touched on some of the specific matters that are itemised in your annual plan. And again, if there are matters in here that the staff say are being tagged for funding, you can't really tell from the itemised view of your capital program what's been cut and where. Some of the items are quite generalised. So if there are matters that are being actioned in this financial year, that's probably a detail that the councillors can be privy to that we are not. So if there's some corrections there, or you can tell me happily that they are being actioned, that's great news. But I do think that they need to be highlighted. Some of those matters, for example, are in relation to the water fountain and lighting feature. My understanding is that the previous Mount manager was advised by staff that that was cut off because the water cost was $60,000 a year. So again, the one item that they kept in Purutakataka, they've cut. They put a lot of concrete there, and then they ended up spending, I don't know if any of you recall that, $40,000 a month in security guards to stop the skateboarders on it. But again, if they'd put more planting in there, which they said they cut to save costs, we wouldn't have had that issue. There's a real short-sightedness and lack of vision there that we would really like remedied, and we'd like it remedied with a partnership with council. The new playground improvements to Hupakori, that playground hasn't addressed some critical pathway upgrades around and up to the top of Hupakori Reserve, and I know that some of you are aware that there's really key safety issues of the connectivity of that in terms of off licences and on licensing, that it's being used after hours as a drinking place for young people, and sadly there was an alleged sexual assault at the top that the police are investigating right now. Those are really serious concerns, and if those concerns become public, in the context of what ultimately will happen, that could have impacts on the whole Mount Town Centre and its image, and Tauranga's tarnished image, because people need to feel safe, and a lot of visitors come here to come to Mount Maunganui. So we'd like to, again, be a stakeholder and be engaged in that. In terms of the Visitor Information Centre, again, that was closed, I think in the early 2000s. It used to be where Sponge Drop is. They moved that. There was a report done, yet another report that's in one of your drawers, to do a study of where that should go and what should happen. A temporary container was put in the park. It hasn't moved since. So what is that about, and where is that going to go? Again, no engagement. There was, council did move in to an office, and they did a expensive upgrade for a fit out below my offices, and we're like, wonderful. Mount Council, council's got a presence at the Mount. They're there to engage. It didn't last long. It was 15 months during Plan Change 33, and then that effort disappeared. I understand that it's supposed to be part of the upgrade to the Mount Maunganui Library. Again, we haven't been consulted with by anyone. I know that anecdotally hasn't been discussed what our feedback would be, or how that would serve people, for example, like cruise ship visitors or other visitors coming to Mount Maunganui in terms of accessibility, or whether they would visit there at all. Again, in terms of Plan Change 33, I touched on that at paragraph 33, the closing submissions in retort to oppose Mount Business Association's submissions, which said Mount Town Centre was unique. It was not the same as other town centres, and it should be treated differently and kept out and left alone until there'd been a comprehensive study. The council's response by its staff and its lawyers was that over $200 million in investment would happen through the Mount Te Arataki Spatial Plan, and that was supporting the intensification that they sought in Plan Change 33. They rushed through that spatial plan, said that they'd consulted. I can tell you that what came out as a consultation document did not reflect any of the stakeholder workshops that I was involved on, nor the sentiment of residents or business owners. And that was a glossy document that the commissioners took into account when they made the decision to overturn the hearings panel's recommendation in that regard. And now, at this point, we've seen none of that being committed to, yet Plan Change 33's intensification has continued without being re-looked at. So Mount Business Association is not against growth. We certainly support intensification in the right places. Obviously, our commercial businesses would love year-round residents to support its businesses and what goes on at the Mount, but not right in our town centre where the whole leisurely coastal vibe relies on low-scale, slightly shambolic. We're okay, but that's how we'd like it to be. We would see that residential intensification and high-rise happens around Victoria Ave, happens closer to Blake Park, along Monganui Road where there's public transport. Those are the conversations that we attempted to have and have been continually ignored, and we'd like that to be back on the table. So again, really the local businesses are facing increased costs. We've had commercial rates increases, 12 to 15% every year for the past 3 years. We're now facing with what is understood to include paid parking. It's coming to us for any time soon. We have a proposed alcohol licensing bylaw. Again, that's coming any time soon. It is potentially going to increase something like 200%, but it's uncertain at this point, but that's what's there. And now we have LTO licensing fees. So while you've got these huge increases to what our commercial ratepayers are paying and the businesses who are renting those lease spaces are facing, we don't see any of that investment. Where are those rates going in terms of investment into a space that really, again, is the jewel in the crown for visitors that come and for residents who visit there on weekends? So if I just turn to recommendations, we've got the first, it's a commit to genuine collaboration. In my submission, the Mount Business Association, and I don't say this lightly, in that I work with a lot of organisations, and I would say that the Mount Business Association is one of the most engaged business associations that you would get. It is all volunteer. It represents, in terms of, we redid our constitution about 4 or 5 years ago, and that's probably the reason why it's successful. It has representation from service industry, from our retail, from our hospitality, from our iwi. We all sit around the board table and we all work on a volunteer basis for the best outcomes, because everyone around that table is passionate about its community. We would expect to be treated with respect as stakeholders in that space, and we don't want to be a tick-the-box exercise. We want to be on the ground, knowing what council's plans are. If it's dropping a plan, for example, you know, I spend all my time volunteer. I went to several meetings about Coronation Park, met with Guy Prothero, Boffa-Miskell. We worked on plans. It was a vision, I think, back in 22. Never heard, just dropped. Don't know what's gone on. Is it in the plan? Is it in the long-term plan? Has it been stalled? No one's given feedback. But they ticked a box that some consultation had happened with us, mainly because I was agitating for it to happen. Again, why? Why can there not just be a respect shown to us as a significant stakeholder to what's going on in our space? Recognise the need for a more localised response and investment across your various town centres. They're all different. They all play a role. They all actually complement each other. And I can tell you that, for example, I just had a meeting this morning with with the CBD Main Street, Brooke Courtney, who's a partner at Sharp Tauhope, and we discussed the LTO, which I'll get to in a moment. We, along with all our main streets, collaborated together around the lease agreements. Again, lawyers sit on all those boards, volunteer their time, and gave pushback to a whole lot of terms in that lease agreement that TCC put forward to expect the main streets to sign. And we got a better outcome because of it. Why would TCC not engage before they send out a draft licence to occupy to all our businesses who are busy people, and then threaten them if they don't sign it by the 1st of July that they're going to charge them a $500 fee? Why did it not come to us and our main streets to say, we'd like feedback, meet with your lawyers on your board to see what they think of it and what those terms are? I can tell you just really quickly on that before they fill in it, but first thing was, They had a term in there for a $5 million public liability insurance expectation that each of those businesses would take. I took one look on the internet. It's $2 million in Hamilton City. Most restaurants have $2 million public liability as a requirement of the landlords. Why would they reinvent the wheel? Why would you spend legal fees of your internal staff, presumably, unless it went to Simpson Grierson? I don't know. But either way, why would you spend it and not kind of work together with other councils and align and efficiency and make this work? And why would you not discuss it with businesses or the Main Street actual organisations? This is the type of thing that, you know, as a volunteer board, really don't want to be coming here nagging on this. It could work so much better with some partnership. And then we've asked for an increase in the city plan funding, and we've asked there not to be any cut to funding in Maumonganui for the very reason that at this point there's been no commitment to revisit Plan Change 33, yet you've got cutting of funding in a numerous variety of ways, which again, some of it's masked, I don't really know, but it's potentially there that you're cutting funding. You need it. You need the infrastructure there. When the economy turns, Maumonganui, Mount Arataki, that will be the first place to take off because it's the only place where actually people are prepared to accept intensification logically. The CBD's getting there, and that's good, but it's not realistically going to happen at Otumotuai. It will happen at the Mount. And is this council ready for what that's going to do to infrastructure, particularly its impact on the Port of Tauranga and its transport networks and how important that is to the economy? I've asked in regard to funding, and that's going backwards and asking for an increase in funding, I know, which may be counterintuitive given that I know the drivers to cut costs at this point, but it is for a commitment to put back into your city planning funding $250,000 to urgently initiate a plan change, and that would do a Section 32 analysis, of course, but you've already got extensive empirical evidence around Mount Town Centre and Mount Central. They probably could be done together to have a vision. The vision that was put forward through Plan Change 33 was focus a town centre for the community around Mount Town Centre and keep Mount Town Centre for visitors and keep it with its recreational focus and have more of the core infrastructure around Mount Central for locals. Develop and fund a Mount Main Street urban design plan. Now, I know that Mount Business Association did one some 5 years ago. I'm sure there's better ones out there. In fact, for Puretakataka, from memory, they put out a tender and I think there were volunteers put forward. I am sure that you could get funding from local consultants, many of who live at the Mount, whose firms would probably put forward some kind of commitment to fund that. If you worked in partnership with us, we could facilitate that. And then I've also noted there in terms of the parking regime that rather than increase parking infrastructure, which again I think is probably a veiled commitment to delivery of requiring paid Mount Maunganui parking in the form of meters, as you actually come and talk to us, because we have some ideas that Harris will speak to when he's talking about L2O policies to come up with better ways if you want to generate revenue out of those car parks. So in conclusion, as far as my piece, Mount Business Association remains committed to work constructively with Tauranga City Council. We welcome having elected councillors back into our community, and we hope that through you that you can actually have some positive instructions to your staff about changing the way in which they engage with organisations such as ourselves, that rather than being a threat to them, they could actually listen to what we have to say and bring that on board and work with us, because together we are all passionate about this community and we can make it a much better place for people to live and work. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are you going to talk?
So now it's Harris and Nick on the licence to occupy.
Yeah, awesome. So we'll work in conjunction. I'll swing to Nick and hopefully not throw him a hot potato, but we'll go as best we can. So just reiterating what Kate said, so specifically with that sign by July, get your $500 sign-up fee waived, I think that needs to be disbanded, to be honest. It's putting a heck of a lot of pressure on businesses to sign when I guess the terms of the LTO contract and even the fee structure hasn't yet been finalised, so it just leads to a lot of confusion, and I think ultimately it's actually probably quite unfair to expect businesses to sign something which they don't actually know what they're actually signing because it hasn't yet been finalised. We also think that contract needs to be simplified quite a bit, and I will throw to Nick now in his experience with this contract and sort of the process he's had to shed some light on that.
Cool. Yeah, so I guess this all started for us in January when we received an email. A little bit before that, I had some people come through and talk to me about it. But in January, got an email from TCC saying, here's your draft contract for the licence to occupy outside. It's a 21-page document. My lease for my restaurant, which is over 10 times the size and is actually a building as compared to a footpath, is also 21 pages. So it's, I think, crazy to expect a restaurateur to get a 21-page contract and go through it. But I had a look because I don't want to pay $1,000 for a lawyer to have a look for something which is going to cost me $1,000 a year. So I had a look through it and I found discrepancies, things that didn't sound right to me with my Year 11 Legal Studies course that I did, which certainly made it... So I went back and forwards and actually had Irana, I think her name is, what did I put? Irana come out and talk to me about it, and we went through some stuff. Some of the things which I didn't agree with was like, so you get a contract, it's a defined area that you're paying for, but then when you read through the contract, some of that area is actually disqualified because you're within 1.5 metre of a tree. Now, the trees are raised in a garden bed, surrounded, but the contract says that if you're within 1.5 metres, it was 2.5 metres before we engaged with TCC and had that changed, that you can't actually put a table there. But yet they will still charge me for that. You know, that's something that would have got through with, I hadn't picked up on it. It says the licence may place removable chairs, tables, umbrellas and heaters approved by the licensor. Does that mean that every bit of furniture that we want outside we have to get approval for? We have to send photos or have someone else come out? That sounds like a lot more money in cost than they're actually going to make from my $1,000 to do it. Any spillages, food remains within the licence area must be immediately cleaned up and removed. We're hospitality people, that's what we do. We're not going to leave food lying around because that's going to bring no customers. You know, these are things which I think is just an overly complex contract for 10 square metres of footpath that we're renting. There's something in there about we must control obnoxious weeds. And the very next contract, our line says we can't use any toxic stuff to do so. How am I going to kill obnoxious weeds if I can't use a poison, right? Am I going to be out there on my hands and knees pulling out these weeds? It's just crazy contract that I think hospitality venues should not be given to. And from what I understand, we've still got 6 weeks to get it signed to save this $500, yet not all the venues have even received the contracts yet. We had a meeting the other day and maybe half the people in the room had received the contracts, the other half haven't. We're not given enough time for the hospitality venues to be able to review this. And as I said, you know, the liability insurance, my agent for insurance said that's probably going to cost me an extra $1,000 to go from $2 million to $5 million. Plus the lawyer fees to go through it because I don't want to sign something I don't understand. You know, what is a $1,000 basic fee is now $3,000 a year at a time when we are struggling financially.
Well, just on that, Nick, I'll respond to that quickly. I think you make a really good point, and I agree with you 100%. There should be a 2-page contract. There's a X amount of space on a footpath, and these are your responsibilities, these are our responsibilities. So let's not talk about that. We'll take that offline, and I think you make some really good points as well. Kate, around the just actually working in. So these are the things that frustrate us around processes, and why do we complicate things when we don't need to. So let's get together on that. But if you've got, I'll hand back to Harris if you've got some more points on LTOs.
Awesome.
Just from
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Drysdale. So I think that was a very important point you raised in terms of, I guess, that need for a simple contract and not what Nick has just described. We want to offer a solution that goes one further than that off the basis of a simple contract structure. We actually believe that the the enforcement of those fees should be handed to the main streets to enforce. The reason why we think it should be this and not a flat $100 fee is, one, it gives basically cost relief for the businesses. That fee can be heavily subsidised, and that creates another revenue apparatus for the main street that is going to be, as a portion of what we already get, a much more significant boost in revenue that we can invest directly into those communities. There's also the point of effective enforcement. We have direct relationships with all the businesses and all the hospitality venues. Granted, it's a simple structure in terms of an agreement. Enforcing that with the revenue collected should definitely be a feasible venture. And thirdly, by operating a structure like this, we believe it actually also ties in with council's position at the moment for a need for efficiency at the council level while maximising value. So as opposed to this 1.8 employee moving to 0.8 employee, creating a new position, more administrative burden, running off a 20-page contract, just more bureaucracy and red tape basically. Give it to the main streets, simplify it, let us do it and have it covered under the targeted rate in which we already deliver goods and services, and the additional revenue that's collected, albeit heavily subsidised, can go directly back into our pockets to reinvest into those areas. So by extension, we actually don't believe that this should be a citywide thing. So for example, I look at Councillor Crowther, Councillor Baker, Councillor Schuller, those areas, these small communities, I think it's probably a bit unfair for them to be subjugated to a flat $100 fee for those venues, given, I guess, the relative insignificance of those venues. Very important for their communities, but in the larger picture, we're really only talking about Mount Maunganui and the CBD here. I've talked to the CBD and the main street there in terms of, say, a structure like this. There are ears for it. It's obviously just depends on what the enforcement would actually look like, but I think that circles back to a simple contract with simple enforcement. I think we'd be able to do a very good job of enforcing that, say, compared to a council staff handling a citywide project. So that's what we think about that in terms of, I think, a practical solution that provides a lot of value. The final thing I want to touch upon is we mentioned with parking, or I guess revenue generation for council that perhaps has a significant cost to benefit return for businesses. So, we want to innovate, we want to have discussions, we don't want to have a feeling that user fees and charges this and charge X and charge Y is just being put onto our businesses constantly with no return coming back into it in terms of better commercial outcomes. It just doesn't feel fair. So things that we want to explore with council are, say, the testing of what are called parklets, for example. So testing out a couple of street frontages, car parks that hospitality businesses can essentially hire out at a charge to council, so you generate your revenue, and then those businesses, say, over a trial period over the summer, get to extend their street frontage, put seats there, make more money. That's, I think, a really healthy, if you think about the money we pay versus what we get, that's a really transparent, fair value proposition. It also provides a bit of a case study too, I think, in terms of future, more permanent investment into the Mount streetscape, that such a venture should, say, the streetscape be widened or anything along those lines, that you actually have a bit of a commercial viability report, so to speak. So these are the sort of discussions we want to have. We think there's good ways of doing things. I've talked to quite a few of you councillors and the team, and I know that this is what you're all about, and we want to be a part of that conversation too, because we're all in it for the right reasons, right? So yeah, that's my piece, and yeah, happy to take any questions.
No, thank you very much for your time. Obviously we are a little bit short of time, but I will just extend it a little bit if we do have any major questions. Look, the LTO contract, that's a no-brainer. We'll sort that out. And I think just we've taken your points, especially around that partnership. The parking at the Mount, that is absolutely something that we're consulting on. So we'll certainly take your point and make sure that we engage with you as that. We're just looking at this is a study around what is the issues and what are the options to solve it. It's not a straight we want more revenue, we're going to charge at the Mount. It's we've just done the same in Tauranga around how when we've got problems with parking, how we can solve that. So we're certainly open to options, and you guys know your local communities well, so we'll certainly make sure we engage with that. Have we got any quick questions? Obviously we've heard a lot. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, guys. The good message there is communication, I think. What does that look like, do you think? I know the Deputy Mayor and myself have been to Main Street to inform meetings, but is that us coming along on a regular basis? What is it?
Thank you, Councillor. I would say we would really like to have a workshop with the councillors, because we've had various stakeholder workshops with the staff, but in the past few years when the commissioners were in there, so they did tick that box, but nothing seemed to cut through. And I just want to touch, and I'm showing the lawyer in me, but actually the funding agreements that you have with each of your main streets has an obligation around working in good faith. So it's not even that it's a nice to have, you've actually got a legal obligation to do it. And that's part of that funding agreement to work like that. So I would suggest that even if it was an annual, once a year as part of that funding agreement, to reflect that term of the good faith commitment between the entities, that happens, so that everyone can know what are the pertinent issues in each of your main street, and have that in a form of workshop. It would work really well. And just on that aspect around, for example, the suggestion around us monitoring or overseeing enforcement of the LTO policy, if we wanted to explore that to save those efficiencies in council, and we believe we could deliver the same outcomes without creating a 1.8 FTE, given that Harris does all the work that he does on 25 hours a week with a whole lot of volunteers, we could do this. We could seek a variation to the funding agreement and work around that and make that work, and we could deliver it. We have partnerships, we understand the businesses, we know what's going on. Harris has that face-to-face walking down the street, so much easier in terms of the whole thing. It's just thinking a little more creatively than we've seen to date, and that doesn't happen without conversation. So communication's important, but it's consultation in a two-way street that I would ask to happen, and to happen early. Sorry? A workshop would be great.
Sorry, just your question from your lawyer perspective, is a 2-page contract for an LTO possible?
Absolutely. Other councils have it. Literally an online click with a photograph and a diagram and a 1-page in front. Again, find the simplest council, because I did a bit of research, and that one takes the cake.
All right. Councillor Crowther.
I think you all raised a lot of great points, and hopefully some of those ones like you just covered in the last Rod's question can be covered off. I think engaging with councillors directly, I totally get why you're saying that. I think the one I wanted to address was the expensive part, which is some of the CapEx program and the Mount spatial plan, etc. And I think the horse bolted a bit in terms of the capacity of the council to deliver a lot of those things, which are in ultimately hundreds of millions of dollars, when the commissioners made their decisions around those spatial plans and around those funding decisions for the long-term plan. And I guess my question to you is, I can look at it from Otamotai and I say that's fine. We'll just keep on having some intensification there. But Mount, I agree, it's a critical piece of the picture. But how can we deal with all these requests from people in Papamoa to try and have tsunami escape routes, have all these other important things to prevent flooding and storms, masses of capital stuff that's not in our waters program. And then we look at the future focused stuff like you're saying, and we'd love it. So yeah, I have. So the question is, you know the reality of it, like how can we actually do that now? We've already committed to Te Manawa and all these other things that have consciously taken that funding from these other projects that you're pushing.
I agree. Sticky question, and one to which there's a lot of stuff that you can't undo. You have a spatial plan that committed to create local plans. The local plans, as you say, either A, you haven't got the funding to do it, or you have to find it from somewhere. I think the local plans are really critical and need to happen urgently. To my mind, as a good planning, if you want to get a good community, you have to commit that funding, which is hence why I've said the 250 at least. I think that there's a lot of data that you'd be surprised in terms of evidence that's there that was already done through Plan Change 33. So compared to normal plan changes and costs or local plans, you would be surprised how much money there has already been spent in that space that you could draw upon. And again, I think if you work collaboratively, I know Mount Central doesn't have a main street as such, so that may be more tricky. That's also tricky because it's got the RSA side. It's definitely a longer term vision, but you've got some urgency around Bayfair and around Mount Town. CBD's predominantly been done now. I think that has to happen urgently. My suggestion is that there needs to be a moratorium on the planning because you do not have the funding to put in the infrastructure that's needed. A lot of the evidence, if you actually looked at, for example, the transportation evidence, it really relied on saying that NZTA was doing its connection ways, to which central governments pulled the pin. So without that coming on board or no certainty of that for 10 years, how can you justify allowing the intensification to continue if you end up... So I don't think you've got a choice but to put a moratorium on the intensification that's planned down there until you sort out what's central government going to commit to help you through this process, what sort of loans can you afford to carry, what's going to happen in that space, because it's not kind of an experiment with a whole lot of capacity like Otamotai may well be because of the impacts on what that will do to the port economy.
All right, thank you very much. We need to wrap it up, but yeah, you've given us some good food for thought, so thank you for that, and thank you for your time to come and submit. We're just going to take a quick break, and you've now got 8 minutes. We'll come back at 3:25, so we'll just have a quick break.
We could be very complimentary and say he isn't long out.
Or shh, 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 shh.
Just don't worry at the moment. Let's see if we can get
What are you laughing at? Have you had a fruit tart?
Yeah, we're good.
The catering ladies should have.
All right, thank you and welcome back, everyone. I'm aware the councillors are walking back as we speak. We're now considering 644, which is Joe Anderson, welcome. And that is on page 7 of the last tranche. So, Joe, I believe you've chosen to have 5 minutes, is that? Yep. And if you leave any time for questions at the end, that would be if you want to, or you can talk for your 5 minutes. That's up to you.
My name's Joe Anderson, and I'm a cyclist. I've lived in the Papamau area for about 30 years, and when I first moved here we are on Google Maps, kind of. The main road, little 6 metre wide carriage road, pretty narrow, country road really, and little stop sign up at the state highway. And in the years since, lots more houses, lots of footpaths, curb and channel, 3 traffic lights, a lot more traffic. And for quite a few years there, I didn't cycle up there because it's just too dangerous. But now the space of where there's just this little 6 metre wide carriageway left over is only 400 metres long, so I've been running the gauntlet. But what I'm proposing is a cycle track. Both sides of the road doesn't need to be wide because it's only one way each way. I've spoken to a guy, Mark Johnson, who's you may have heard of. He's building tracks up in the Papamau Hills Regional Park at the moment. He said about $10,000, a lot of money just to build it. Then, of course, there's traffic management. I tried talking to a traffic management guy and he was pretty evasive about a price, but I'm aware that it's pretty outrageous, and I'm also aware that that's down to the council people to decide how much traffic management they want and how long it would take someone like Mark to build that, but he'd probably do it pretty quickly. And then, of course, admin time, council staff, generate documents, come up with ideas, write plans, and then maybe one day make a decision to do something. And I did, in my submission, volunteer to pitch in the labour with some volunteers. I've had a letter of support that I hope it got into the file from the Mountain Bike Club, who, they've got about 1,800 members, and they've also got a mountain bike park up at Summerhill, which this would improve the access to. But I can imagine, a handful of crusty old guys with shovels and wheelbarrows wearing their high-vis gear and a couple of road cones might cause a few people at the council to feel a bit ill. And obviously it'll probably way more traffic management than anybody wants to spend money on. But so sort of ballparkish, maybe $20,000. That's the rates take from about 4 houses in my street. And you can see there's plenty of houses. And fortunately, it connects up. Somebody obviously had a bit of foresight when they created that big fancy interchange there. And there's footpaths everywhere, real nice. And it goes all the way up and over the railway overbridge, almost to the Waitomo gas station. And there's a tunnel under the road, so you can get a bit of timeshare with the cows, get through the tunnel under the road, get your coffee and your food. And in only a few hundred metres more, you're actually at the Papamau Hills Regional Park. People aren't aware of that because it comes down to the highway and there's no actual access developed there, but wouldn't be hard. Good asset. Lots of people with e-bikes these days, getting out and riding up and down the Ponds Reserve there. They could get to the hills, Papamau Hills Regional Park, and probably just go walking. It's a bit steep for bikes. Go and bike at Summerhill. And it's, in my opinion, not big dollars for something that really needs to be done. It's kind of I guess it's been overlooked because there's no houses there, still paddocks, the land's all peat boggy. That might have 10 looked at going in there and then they thought, no. So, yeah. Anyway, questions?
All right, thank you very much, Joe. A couple of things. Great submission, and secondly, I think really appreciate the volunteering, and I'm sure the council would always say no, but this new council will if we can do things differently and it makes sense, we'll certainly look at those things. So I appreciate that. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Joe. Thanks for coming in and speaking to your well thought out submission. If I manage to convince the group here to go the whole hog and upgrade Domain Road to the same standard as a city road, footpaths either side, if we don't, be happy with that as well?
Yes. That's obviously a lot more money, but yeah,
good beauty.
Would be fantastic.
Thank you.
So, and just interested, what were you sort of thinking if you're going to do this? This would be a sort of a gravel track, or?
Yeah, just like the tracks that you have along the ponds, walking track standard, like they have around the Daisy Hardwick, all those sorts of tracks. Pumice sand compacted. You might need a little bit of timber edging because it's slightly sloping grass verges, but yeah, pretty simple.
Pretty simple, but effective. So, right, is there any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll certainly consider that. So, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The next submission is 809, and again on that final tranche of submissions, page 651. This is Materi Duncan from Tauranga Mana Whenua o Tauranga, and she will have 10 minutes, including any questions. So welcome, Materi, and
Kia ora,
it's great to
thank you. Kia ora, everybody, again. You all know who I am, but I was scheduled for yesterday, but I got my dates wrong. So I'd like to thank the staff for rescheduling me for this afternoon. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission on the draft annual plan and local waters done well proposal. Today I speak on behalf of iwi and hapu representatives of Te Rangapu. We appreciate Council's continued engagement and the opportunity to help shape a future that reflects the partnership. I think you should all have in front of you the hard copy of my slides. Kapai? Okay, so guiding principles, as you can see there, is our submission is grounded in our guiding principles. And these principles are more than words. They are commitments to work in a way that respects both Te Ao Māori and Te Ao Pākehā, that protects our taiao and that supports the aspirations of mana whenua. The third slide is, firstly, we support the direction to move towards a multi-council controlled organisation for water services. However, we strongly urge Council to ensure that tangata whenua have formal governance representation on the multi-council controlled organisation from the outset. Water is not just a service, it's a taonga. Protecting its mauri requires more than technical knowledge, and it requires local cultural knowledge and kaitiakitanga, which tangata whenua bring. Representation on governance bodies isn't just a treaty issue, it's a pathway to better decision making and enduring partnership. Slide 4, infrastructure and environment. Secondly, we support the Council's sustainability focus and ask that all infrastructure planning align with the natural form and function of the taiao. Discharging to whenua is more culturally appropriate than discharging to wai, water, or rivers. We also encourage you to enable the development of Māori land through infrastructure investment that reflects localised knowledge and relationship. This is an opportunity to bring Council's plans into harmony with kaitiakitanga. Support for Araro Tangata. Now, this decision to support Araro Tangata's submission came from the Rangatapu members. I don't have voting rights on my committee, so I have a perceived conflict of interest. Kia ora. Finally, we wish to reiterate our support for Araro Tangata's submission. Their work aligns with our values and supports whānau, workforce and capability development in our rohe. We ask Council to provide funding certainty so they can continue their valuable mahi during this critical phase. Slide 6, to summarise, we support the local water done well model with tangata whenua governance representation. We ask that Council embed our principles and cultural values in infrastructure decisions. We support investment that protects our natural resources and enables our communities. And in closing, mā te kotahitanga e whai kaha ai tātou. In unity we gain strength. We welcome the opportunity to continue our partnership with Council and work together towards a future where Te Tiriti o Waitangi is given practical effect and the well-being of Tauranga Moana is protected for generations to come. Ngā mihi nui, I welcome any pātai or any questions or discussion. Kia ora.
Right, thank you, Matari. Yeah, again, very well put together presentation. Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Kia ora, Matari. Thank you. Good to see you again today. I'm not sure whether you heard Fire Mary Dillon's submission yesterday around local waters. She supported it, was her speech, but she did outline the risk that we can't control the future and it's a long future, and she did have a concern that if the water infrastructure was put into a CCO, it would make things easier for a future government one day long in the future, being able to privatise the water infrastructure. What would your view be in relation to that particular concern, that a future government might come along and say it's okay to sell off those assets?
About privatisation? No, I would disagree totally. Right to the bitter end, I think, because nobody owns it and nobody has the right to sell it. So that's my view on that. Kia ora.
I think the concern yesterday was that if assets were transferred into a CCO, then future governments or a future entity could privatise that, and it's no longer owned by the council, although it's council controlled. So was that your question too, Steve?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. So you're against any opportunity for it to be privately owned.
Correct. But in favour of this. Sorry. Yes, for clarity, yes, in favour of the CCO model out of the CCO model.
Yeah.
Councillor Crowther.
I'll go to the same submission from yesterday with Mary Dillon. She also expressed specific concern about third water, if you like, stormwater, and the suggestion that reserves and various other council assets should remain with greater certainty and public control, and more importantly in direct control by council because of their multiple uses. So do you have a view on whether we should put two waters into a CCO and maybe some stormwater pipes or whatever, or do you think we should just put the whole lot with stormwater as well?
I haven't really thought about that down the track, but I guess we've at the meeting, there were plenty mayors and chairs and tangata whenua hui at Rotorua. I think that they did actually give, around the room, we're clear about that, not to mix any water. So I think piping was an issue, of wastewater and fresh water in the one area.
Yep.
Yep. I think that's it. Does it answer your question?
I think what you're referring to also is that a lot of other councils are actually just doing two waters or talking about it.
Oh yes.
So I guess it's how it's done is probably what
there's
you're
no
suggesting.
mana in wastewater, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think just for clarity from that Rotorua outcome was the recommendation was to stick with two waters in a CCO with stormwater to be left out because of the reserve and the land and the different nature, but with a basically 2.5 with that service contract, so shared services. Councillor Baker.
So in your further comments, you acknowledge the difficult financial situation council's in, but still encourage us to remain steadfast in decisions that do not compromise the well-being of our taiao. Are there any pressing kaupapa on tangata whenua's radar that we need to be conscious of, or that are currently underway that we could be more progressive with?
I think around wastewater is really that no, we don't agree with discharge to Wai. We prefer the discharge to whenua only because there is mana in the wai that it's getting discharged to, and we don't want it mixed with that, with the waste, as well as the water that has been, especially in rivers, have been used for a lot of purposes, especially for cultural purposes. So we definitely, that would be one of the issues that we would be concerned about.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Rolleston has got a question.
Just going to test, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Tēnā koe anō Mātere, as a former chair of the predecessor of Te Rangapu, Tangata Whenua Collective, nā mihi ki a koe. Great to see all the good mahi that's going on. I want to just probe a little bit more on that question of the CCO and co-governance. What that might look like. Do you sort of, obviously recently appointments have been made on the standing committees. Is that a sort of a mirror image that you're seeing, or you're looking for something more?
I think we take examples from existing CCOs. I mean, we've got tangata whenua representation on the Bay venues. We've also got on tourism, Bay of Plenty. We also got the new one, which is between O Tamataha Trust and the council. So it's not a new thing. I'm sure that that having tangata whenua represented on this particular CCO for water would be a good thing.
Okay, answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Terry, for your submission, and we'll consider that as we go along. So.
Kia ora, thank you.
Our next submission is submission 811. It's on page 658 of that last tranche. It's from the Urban Task Force. We have Aaron Collier, Scott McKenzie and Scott Adams to come and talk to this today. Welcome, and look forward to hearing from you. You'll have 10 minutes including questions, so please, and sorry, we will take your submission as read, but you're welcome to point out any key points and any further information that you'd like to discuss with us. Thank you.
Thank you, His Worship the Mayor, elected members, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for hearing the Urban Task Force for Tauranga's submission on TCC's annual plan 2025. I'm Scott Adams from Caris, Chair of the Urban Task Force for Tauranga. I'm accompanied by fellow UTF board members Scott McKenzie from PMG Funds, Rachel Emerson from Collier's over the back there, and Aaron Collier from Collier Consulting, who can speak to any technical questions you might have following our submission. We congratulate this council on its work over the last 9 months. We appreciate that council have had difficult decisions to make in terms of revenue collection and capital and operational expenditure, and the importance of transparency to its ratepayers and the wider community. Also, just a quick note of congratulations to Councillor Rolleston up on Teams there for winning the Te Awanui by-election. Kia ora, Hemi. With the exception of the Tauriko West plan change, this is the first time the UTF has appeared before this council, so we thought it was important just to briefly explain who we are and what we do. The Urban Task Force for Tauranga's Incorporated Society, formed in 2021, born out of necessity for the property and various associated business sectors to have a local voice, focused on strong representation and positive collaboration for the opportunities presented by growth in the Western Bay sub-region. The UTF also advocates for smarter long-term planning, infrastructure enablement, an investigation into alternative funding solutions beyond the traditional public sector methods. Some of the main points of our submission can be taken as read. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we know, these are being progressed. So the items we'd like to speak to today are CBD revitalisation, implications of proposed development contribution increases, and implications of proposed industrial and commercial disproportionate rates increases. So firstly, UTF supported TCC's commitment in the long-term plan to assist with revitalising Tauranga CBD on the basis that this would move the dial on our struggling city centre. We continue to support TCC's ambitious civic precinct, Te Manuataki o Te Papa, including the need for council to collaborate with the private sector on streetscape upgrade, timing and investment with private development initiatives. Despite nearly 3 years into the New Zealand recession, these civic developments are boosting confidence in the private sector, which is evidenced by the number of new city centre projects underway. So to get more projects in the pipeline where possible, council should be looking to incentivise private city centre developers via development contribution deferments, reductions or waivers. Examples of DC incentives have recently occurred in Hamilton, Wellington and Christchurch, where, for example, councils have offered 2-year emission policies to incentivise kick-starting private sector developments. Tauranga City Council should consider incentive options, especially in the residential and student accommodation sector. TCC have previously provided feasibility funds for student accommodation projects, an excellent initiative which needs to remain in place for the university's benefit and to help the city centre's future vibrancy. Our local residential building community are experiencing the most difficult period since the global financial crisis. The highly cautious market, massive increases in building costs, expensive sections due to short supply and added cost to develop, lengthy consenting periods having to resolve sometimes highly technical and unnecessary engineering challenges. Many builders report it's taking on average 12 months to get consents for standard house builds. Additionally, builders are having difficulty accessing house build funding. Post-GFC, banks were lending on new land titles to fund house builds. Banks have not provided this service for several years, rather opting to only provide turnkey mortgages. So this has forced the building sector to use finance companies with much higher interest rates. So our local residential building sector has been scared off, with many builders heading to more accommodating regions or overseas. Now the council are proposing to increase citywide development contributions on those that remain by 15%. The citywide DCs are paid up front, so at the time that the building consent is issued, before house construction commences. This further adds to our city's housing affordability crisis, and it doesn't pave the way for our local building recovery. For several reasons, the UTF strongly urges council to defer any proposed increases in citywide development contributions, at least until a thorough review of council's planned capital expenditure is undertaken. A decision has been received on a Crown Regional deal for the Western Bay, of which the UTF applaud TCC in Priority 1 on its work to submit that application. Ongoing investigation into alternative ways to fund infrastructure for development other than development contributions, and a new local government funding bill is provided by central government on a development levy system under the Going for Housing Growth initiative to increase housing supply. So as time ticks on, I'll just hand over to fellow UTF board member Scott McKenzie, who will talk to the commercial and industrial rates.
Thank you all. Kia ora. My name's Scott McKenzie. I'm on the board with Scott and also CEO Director of the business PMG Funds. We're a commercial property funds management business in Tauranga. I just want to speak briefly to the UTF's position on commercial industrial rates proposal increases in the annual plan. 4 key areas for us. Firstly, the level of increase over the last couple of years, timing in the context of the economic environment we're currently sitting at the moment, equality in the sense of fairness relative to what the residential section of the ratepayers are expected to be contributing also, and tone, and contrary to what we look to as UTF, encourage the economic growth and prosperity in the Bay, and we think the tone that increasing of rates at the level they are sets the wrong level for the time being. We acknowledge also that you've got a very challenging job setting a budget, tight budget in terms of your operational budget and investing for growth, and we acknowledge that that has to be paid for as well, but that can be managed and sequenced in an appropriate way. The first level, in terms of excessive level of growth of rates increases in the annual plan, To give you some context, commercial industrial increases last year 11 to 38%. This year in the annual plan, 15 to 20% for commercial and industrial retrospectively. If you compound that on an annualised basis over the last couple of years, commercial and industrial looking between 30 to 60% increase in annualised rates. Now, any business facing into those sorts of short-term impacts to their overheads makes it incredibly challenging indeed. In fact, actually, most businesses can't lift their selling prices to offset their overheads as well, so we ask around equality and fairness in that regard. Long-term plan was set last year, 10 years, the idea around good planning, good budgeting, to allow businesses to plan and invest in our region. When we have the share of requirement of rates being pulled forward and an excessive level of rates being pushed into commercial industrial businesses, makes it challenging for us to continue to invest in the region when we have those sorts of impacts to the bottom line. The other component is timing. We all know we're living a challenging cost of sort of living crisis, and the economy is difficult. We know that businesses are struggling, particularly construction and building sector at the moment as well. And so this, as we come out of what has been a recession, timing to impost additional rates to commercial industrial users at the levels that have been proposed at the moment, we feel is not quite right in the sense of sequencing to enable businesses to get on and support the Bay of Plenty and pull us out of the economic doldrums. The third is around equality. Commercial industrial ratepayers have been asked to contribute now an increasing portion of the rates burden, up to 35% this year relative to the total rates burden. That's up from 29% 23-24 year. Residential rates, by contrast, are obviously reducing their contribution from 71% to 65%. We asked the question around equality, does that feel fair, particularly in the context of limited transparency and or analysis as to why commercial industrial ratepayers have been asked to pay a bigger share of the wallet. So businesses have been asked to pay more feasibly to enable the rates rises for industrial users to be moderated, or increases to be moderated as well. We understand the rationale behind that, but we ask the question, where's the analysis, where's the logic to support that level of share of wallet in terms of the rates base? Is that fair and equitable that industrial and commercial ratepayers are expected to, over the last 2 years, pay between 30 to 60% more on their rates bill relative to residential users who are being asked to pay less than 25%? We ask around equitability and fairness around that. And the last one is tone. We know that we continue to have a systemic undersupply of enabling infrastructure and adequately zoned land here for industrial and commercial land. That's not going to go away anytime soon. If we add the impact to that is increasing land values unnecessarily and costs associated with that, and then add operational costs such as excessive increases in rates, that makes it difficult for businesses to continue to not only have the appetite to continue to invest in this region, but to attract businesses to this region to come on and occupy. We compete with other regions for talent and capital, and we like to think that making the right tone, the noises, language matters. 2 successive years of high rates increases makes it incredibly challenging to encourage the right business here and to invest in our region for what we all want, growth and prosperity here for the Bay of Plenty. So UTS is very much against the excessive proposal for increases of commercial industrial rates and would favour to see some analysis behind why the share of rates take from the commercial industrial sector is justified at 35% as proposed in the annual plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. That concludes our presentation, so available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your submission. We'll have one quick question. Councillor Kilray.
Regarding the commercial industrial differential, so you're struggling, I hear, to work out the logic. What is your understanding of the logic behind increasing the commercial and introducing the industrial differential? What do you understand that to be?
If you're referring to the targeted rates, so the question is what rationale supports the 35% share of the overall rate take of commercial and industrial. We haven't seen the analysis as to why, what services and infrastructure businesses are using relative to residential and what supports that ratio. So that's the first component. Targeted rate is a tool you're using to increase the ratio, but we understand that. The piece around industrial units under 250 square metres has been carved out of that. We ask the question why. If you're going to categorise industrial unit users, then put them all together and allocate the pot accordingly.
So you just haven't been advised of the logic behind those decisions?
there was no logic. We submitted on it last year in the annual plan process. Our understanding at the time was it was a mechanism to effectively increase commercial industrial users or industrial users' contribution towards the rate stake. That was the only definition. There was no analysis or transparency behind that.
Okay. Just in discussions, shall I convey what my understanding of the logic was around increase in transportation costs to provide the roading, big trucks, etc. And also the argument that it's tax deductible, both the GST and the expense of rates is tax deductible. And that was largely the justification, as I understand it. Perhaps other members might add to that, but it's largely around the transportation and the deductibility of the tax.
I think we can come back. We've got some good stats, so we can certainly come and try to clear that issue up. But thank you very much for your submission today. Appreciate you taking the time to come and submit to us, and yeah, we'll certainly take into account what you've said as we make decisions going forward. So thank you. Yeah, so the next submission is 874. It's on that last tranche of submissions, and in 1048 is the page number. And I invite Felicity McGrath from the Seeds Trust to come and present to us, and you'll have 5 minutes, including if you want to make time for questions. Thank you, Felicity.
Yes, hello. My name is Felicity McGrath. I'm a ratepayer and a trustee of Seeds Trust, who are also ratepayers. I'm here to talk specifically about, or to have no introduction of pavement tariffs for cafes and bars. I'm opposed to the proposed introduction in the annual plan 2025-2026 of tariffs on pavements for cafe and bar users, business owners. I only became aware of this when I saw it on the news on TV. Tauranga is the only place in New Zealand where these tariffs are proposed to be adopted. The fact that the proposed tariff ends at 11th Avenue in the CBD means that the tariff is unfair to all cafes and bars which have to pay the tariff because the others don't, you see. This also applies to the Mount. It is obviously an attempt at revenue gathering by the council. I believe that the cost of initiating and administering this tariff will far outweigh any dollar amount received. The cafes and bars already pay rates if they are not the owner of the building they occupy in the OPEX. Also, if they are the owner, of course. Cafe and bar owners are mostly tenants and often not ratepayers. Therefore, they do not have a say in this unfair and undemocratically arrived at decision. Why would council make it harder for entrepreneurs to do business in Tauranga? This idea to have a tariff on the use of pavements by bars and cafes is just another layer of bureaucracy which will keep council employees busy but have no real advantageous result for the city or the ratepayers. Tauranga will have the most expensive coffee and beer in New Zealand. They will have to hand on the cost. I, Felicity McGrath, have no vested interest in having this proposed tariff deleted.
Thank you very much. I just do want to mention that Hamilton, Auckland, Queenstown and a number of other cities around the country, Wellington, do actually have LTOs charged to use of pavement. So just a point of clarification.
Well, then the TV news was wrong.
They already have them. Maybe that's the difference, is we're implementing them at the moment. So
They already have them?
yes, yeah.
Yeah?
It's around the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do I find out that that's true?
You can just look up LTOs on any of those council websites, and you can see all the information and how much they charge. And
okay, well,
yeah,
I'm surprised
so,
at that. Yeah, but I still don't think it's a good idea for us.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Councillor School.
Thank you for your submission and for coming in and saying it and for opposing something. The change we haven't had them at the Mount before. We've had them in Tauranga, but not at the Mount. And from your perspective as a ratepayer, do you like sitting outside and having a glass of wine or a coffee in the city or in the Mount?
I'm surprised that they already have them, because this is even less undemocratically arrived at, because I had no idea that they already have them.
And so we've had them in Tauranga for since when?
So it's not just
we haven't had them at the Mount, and the Mount was the people that were. Yeah, it was the Mount Business Association that were picked up on the TV news.
Well, I'm totally against it. I think you can stop doing it, even if you are doing it.
And it's great that you've come in and said that.
Yeah. Okay. First time I've ever submitted to
really,
anything.
thank you for your time, and appreciate that's what we're here to do, to listen to people's.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. I'll just check, have we got Dean Reef? Is he here? Okay. Yep. All right, we'll go on to submission 38, and this is on page 123 of the first tranche of submissions. And Dominique Wellenhofer, you have 10 minutes to talk, including any questions. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah, kia ora everybody. Thank you for your time as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today here. And so yeah, we are Dominic and Mary, and we are here to present our beach gym project, for which we seek council support to create a new kind of place, one that turns unused beachfront space into a vibrant fitness hub for the people of Tauranga. So here's, we didn't know what we are up to, so we brought some posters to make this a little bit more visual, and you also have a little handout in front of you to give you a better idea of what we are aiming for. So yeah, we've been part of this community for a bit over 5 years now. And we consciously made the decision to raise our New Zealand-born daughter here and invest in its community. We have been living prior to this in Europe, North America, the US and Canada, in Australia and in Brazil. And these are all places with extraordinary outdoor gyms and famous muscle beaches, which we drew our inspirations from. And yeah, our background is in sports health and exercise science. We have over 10 years in competitive sports and also experience as coaches. And we have good connections to New Zealand's top gym operators and equipment suppliers. And we are committed and ready to deliver. What we are envisioning is an adult playground on the beach, one that's both dedicated to functional fitness and beautiful. What we don't want is, or what we see here is that people, if they want to do a workout, they have to go to the industrial area behind concrete walls, despite Tauranga having a population of people who surf, who enjoy the outdoors, enjoy an active lifestyle, and we also experienced just people doing workouts on the playgrounds, on the children playgrounds here, which we've done ourselves because of the no outdoor gyms around here. So that's kind of why we are here today, because we think this is a missed opportunity and we would like to fill this gap. It's inspired by places like Muscle Beach, which we've seen in person. I think every other big beach city has something like this. And that's what we are aiming for, but it should also be grounded in New Zealand's laid back and nature first identity. So we're aiming for not like an eyesore, but something that's blended into the environment. We propose a dual-use facility. That means an outdoor gym open to the public, free to use, but also an indoor gym for yoga classes, CrossFit classes, weightlifting, calisthenics, you name it, with a membership. We like to operate this and maintain it, because obviously being on the beach you have to deal with salt water and limited surveillance, so you need somebody to maintain this facility. We're not asking council to build it. We are committed to making a significant financial investment. Our ask is to use the land, regulatory support, guidance, and potentially co-investment. The location we chose, or we think is the best or suited for it, is Tay Street, beach access, for a number of reasons. One, as you can see on the picture, there's a little cove avoiding ecologically sensitive dune area. And it's a wide stretch of beach, so there's plenty of space there. There's ample parking, which is not used as much as Main Beach or other places. There's already new amenities being built there, and you have a cafe across the street. So for us, it's the perfect place. And we met with a builder and discussed soil conditions, etc., and how to actually make this happen. I can give you a brief summary of ask for a review, and the builder's statement was, CQ Builders, a residential and commercial builder in the Bay of Plenty region, believes that significant engineering will need to be done to achieve structural foundations to either support a slab-like construction or a tilt slab floor on concrete footings. The tilt slab floor option is ideal as it achieves ground clearance and can withstand the changing elevations of the sand. Achieving this would be exceptional and add a great space to the Tay Street area, where well-being and lifestyle is achieved daily. Sustainably sourced materials, along with the application of stainless steel and salt-resistant materials, will be ideal in achieving the look in keeping with the environment around it. The barn-style architecture will allow the space to feel more like an old boat shed as opposed to an eyesore. So it is possible. And further to Tay Street, it's the perfect infrastructure. We also underwent a community survey. We asked around. We think it's reasonably random. Obviously, people have to voluntarily give their response, but we created a Google form, which we sent out to social media platforms and local forums, and had around 120, 130 respondents. of which 70% were highly supportive of this. So for us, it's an overwhelmingly positive response. And here's a few of their voices. Honestly, any other city in the world has an outdoor gym. It is time. Mount Tauranga needs something like this, exclamation mark. Perfect concept. You can swim after your workout. Smiley. As someone who's been to Muscle Beach, I'd love to see this here for families and the fitness community. So you see, this isn't a niche idea. This is a widely supported community priority. And it's not about a profitable business for us. It's about creating a gathering space for families, for fitness enthusiasts, for people to enjoy the outside, the outdoors, and it's about giving Tauranga a new heartbeat by the sea. We're asking for council support in land use, vision, and leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission, and always good to see some innovative ideas coming through the submission process. So thank you for that. Councillor Taylor.
Good to see you again, Dominic.
Yeah, good to
Thank
see you.
Great presentation. Great idea. My question is, why hasn't it been done before?
I assume there's a lot of projects currently underway. Like we had a boardwalk now done, so I think Tauranga is growing, and I think there's no reason why it hasn't been done before, but there's plenty of reason that it should be done soon. Obviously, there's some concerns of residents. 70%, there's like 30% who are not happy with it. But for us, it's like there's always like every decision you make. You all know as council members, there will be backlash and there will be people opposing it. Yeah, I think the majority of the community speaks for it, which is probably why it should have real consideration.
Okay.
Councillor Schooler.
Terrific idea and good submission. Thank you. Couple of questions. One, even that area, does that cope with the very high tides we do occasionally get around Tay Street?
Yeah, we had just had a storm like 2 weeks ago. We closely observed that area afterwards, and the swell was not up to the very end. There was, I think what needs to happen is, so the barn-like structure needs to be elevated slightly from the ground in order to avoid any damage to it by high tides. But even after the storm, I think that's there's no reason for expecting high risk of high waves flushing it away. So there's been structures with similar proximity to the beach that I think that I can't tell that they have been damaged in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And secondly, so would you anticipate it is something that there is somebody in there taking classes most of the time? As that's the revenue model? Is that it's a functioning gym?
That's the idea. Like obviously, if you want to have sunrise yoga or anything alike, you need somebody facilitating it. I see it as like a model for people, like that people can use it. Like yoga teachers can just say, hey, I want to offer a yoga class in the morning, and then they can just get a spot for it. So.
And did you also talk to some of the people, because there's quite a number of sporting activities, classes that do run on that beach and a bit further along. Have you talked to them about the amount of demand there is for that in the Mount?
I wasn't aware that on Tay Street Beach Access there's any sporting activities and any regular, consistent.
There is yoga there in the morning sometimes.
On the hill,
on the hill.
Yeah. That wouldn't. like that meet, like I would think both is possible.
Yeah,
and I think they would even benefit from it by being able to maybe use a roof for bad weather. Yeah.
Yeah, very true.
And like we're not looking to have like, I don't know, a monopoly or anything. We want to really like partner with people and like create something good. Like it's not like a
Out on the roadside as well.
didn't go like it's not a like didn't think of a wellness type facility, but maybe like a barrel sauna at some point.
Thank you very much for your time and for sharing your ideas with us today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well. Looking forward to your feedback and reply.
Thank you. So now we move on to submission 970. This is on page 3 of, there's a separate submission, 970 and 957, and that's on page 3, and we welcome Juliana Cavallo and Amanda Lowry. I think, is that all the...
Juliana? No. Yeah, much better.
Okay. For Juliana Capoino, my name is Juliana. Thank you so much for having us here today. So our submission is on an idea to make Bay of Plenty more accessible for people with mobility impairments. And I asked myself how we can go to the moon, but then we cannot go to the beach. Doesn't make any sense. And doing some research, I found this incredible equipment that was developed in Greece by an aerospatial engineer. They have this business called Tobia, thinking outside the box engineering, and they developed the C-Track. They now have 254 of those devices installed in Greece, and they are taking over Europe and some other places. You can watch the video now. So this is a demonstration. Oh, the video's gone. Now it's back. So you can see this incredible device gives freedom, independence, and brings so much joy. I think for me as someone who acquired disability at the age of 19, going to the beach, that was something really important, you know, just run and dive. And as a summer, as someone who comes from Brazil, who's a country that, you know, weather is important, it's always bittersweet summer because I just want to go to the beach, but then I can't. And then to go there's a lot of logistics, finding a team of volunteers. And with this device, I know that the quality of life for a huge part of the population here would increase. And I'll stop talking and I'll let Amanda talk, and then we open for some questions.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's just, you know, you look at what Tauranga's doing in terms of accessibility. We've got that incredible beach pathway, which means that we get to have the same experience that you guys do, rolling along the beach. It's the first time since I broke my neck that I get to look out at the ocean and just have that connection with Tangaroa, with Papa, with looking down the coast. And I get to walk by you guys side by side, and we're looking at each other's faces. I'm not looking at my feet because nothing's going to kill me, right? So there's all of these limitations that you don't know until you acquire a disability. And so for me, prior to breaking my neck diving off a surfboard at bloody Tay Street, just saying, at Tay Street, 12 years ago, I was in the water probably 4 or 5 times a week, and it was just, when I was being a bastard, my partner would go get in the water, you're horrible, and I'd get in the water and everything would be good again. Right? And now, like, I might, like, even with all the logistics and all of the knowledge and all of the access that I have, I manage to only get in the sea maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I used to be 4 or 5 times per week in the winter and summer. And basically you've got an 85 kilo, like dead body with a mouth, which is the problematic part of that needs to be lifted. So my partner's little, she has to go underneath. So even with those mobility equipment available at the mount, the little track, the little, the beach buggy things, get me on them, that's fine, we transfer on, but we get me into the water, we dump me out, lovely swim, but then getting me back in there, someone has to go under my arms and under my knees and lift me back in, or trying to get in through the waves. It's all quite complex. Where if I was able to access the beach and something like that, I can't imagine what it would do for those with mobility impairments, irrespective of you've only hurt your foot for the week, or you're an older person, or you're someone with a permanent disability, somewhere like at Pilot Bay where there's kind of a really guaranteed kind of tide, those water levels are predictable, you know, something like that could be an absolute game changer. And you think about what it would mean also for our tourists, like the cruise boats coming in. Like all of those people probably look at that water and go, I'd love to get in, but can't. And straight away you've got Pilot Bay, roll down, one transfer into the water, swim, and then we've got the beautiful changing rooms at Hopukiri. So I'm just, you know, things like this make a huge difference for quality of life here in incredible Tauranga Moana. So
the other really cool thing is that will be the first in Australasia to be installed if we are successful with our pitch here. And literally it will make a huge splash, you know, like this will be, it will be news. It will be news.
Some splashes bigger than others.
It will be news, and it will make a huge difference in the quality of life. So I encourage you, I know you don't have a lot of time, but just have a look online and see. It's really incredible. And if you have any questions, yeah, we are open.
Do we know how it works in sand?
Yeah, so this platform actually will go over the sand, and then the track, you have a remote control, and the track will just take you to the water.
But the track doesn't get sand in it? And
No, the track doesn't get sand in it.
It's quite raised, isn't it? It's raised up.
Yeah.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Juliana. Thank you for the presentation. Is this something that's put away at the end of the day, or is it fixed in place at all times?
So it's mobile, but you can install it and leave it for the season. You can remove it if you want. They have two types of devices. One that is more mobile, and that was developed because they were installing in Portugal where the tides are different. So it's called, forgot the name, but you can move according to the season or to the tides. Yeah.
Thank you.
The maintenance is really very low cost. Like I engage with the people in Greece. They have a commercial partner in Australia that is Gilani Engineering. They can make the installation. It's a really small maintenance annually just to make sure things are going. Yep.
I'll carry on. I was just waiting for you.
No, it's...
I was just going to take on to Steve's comment. Do you guys know how other countries and or perhaps similar entities like a council would practically manage an asset like this?
I don't know, but I can figure out. Yeah, I can engage with Greece again and find out how they're doing it. But I think there is not much maintenance. The key thing is make the remote controls like accessible to the public that will use. So it could be something similar to what already happening with the trail rider. You know, the council buy 10 controls. People can get it on the day. They go use it, give it back.
Councillor Carrack.
So the embankment on at Pilot Bay is not a problem because it's a...
No, it's not a problem.
Okay, so you just go from the grass or you're raised.
You have the trail, yeah. So on top of the trail, it's like it's a system, right? So they think about where the parking is. You have then this wooden platform that will take you to where the actual chair is, so you can transfer, and then you have the trail that take you to the water. Yeah.
That will work out.
Yeah, they done, yeah. Yeah, so if you can see online, like in the video.
Yeah, but with the big bank right along Pilot Bay, that wouldn't be a problem because you'd build that to meet the top of the bank.
Exactly.
Or even now there's a wee pathway down to the water. So you get down to the water first, and the embankment you'd be off that. So you park in the park, you roll down to the end of that little boardwalk just as you rock around to go up onto the pathway, and then you can go down from that point. So that would be where the platform potentially could start, just down by by the wharf end, for example. So you're not trying to negotiate that 2 metre drop or 1.5 metre drop. So yeah, it would be relatively flat. Yeah.
Overseas, is it generally used just for public or private use, or is it part of rehab or?
No, it's public and private as well in Greece. So you have resorts that they see that's the absolutely added value to tourism. So they have that. You have councils that install it, and everybody benefits.
And every single beach that I've seen in Spain that's a really popular spot has one as well. They're dotted all around Europe.
It is the future. It's already happening in Europe, but like we have the chance to be the first ones to do it in Australasia, and kind of lead the way.
And obviously we have tidal kind of things that make it quite a different scenario, but Juliana's done the research and they don't see that as a problem. So.
Right. Thank you very much for your time today and for coming to present with us. We'll certainly take that into account when we go into deliberations. Thank you. We now have the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, Toi Moana. I see we've got a number of councillors here.
5 minutes.
Do you want to pull that forward a little bit?
They'll be right. When they sit down, they'll be fine.
Direct sunlight.
It's gone higher now.
It is sunny. Thanks for having us here today. And just to start by saying how much we appreciate collaborating with you guys and how important that is to us, and particularly, on all sort of projects and things we do together, but also the Mayoral Forum where we work together to navigate through government reform, etc. So first I'll hand over to Andrew, who will talk a bit about public transport.
Okay, so public transport, the one thing that seems to be missing out of your annual plan is the Brookfield interchange. Now, you've done a great job in Arataki and in Wharf Street, and we've invested 1.6 million, build it. We're just starting right now to build that bus layover for you. So we're investing in infrastructure as well. There's nothing there for Brookfield. My vision, and it's my personal view, is that we should have an orbiter system of big buses going around, feeding out into the suburbs with, like our on-demand size bus, so Matua, Brookfield, going around there, but it needs somewhere to connect to. So we've got it at Arataki, which can go do the Papamoa. We're doing the Oahuawiti. It's the models. That's how I see it. We don't need all these big buses. So all I'm asking is that you actually put it into your plan. You've had it in there in the past, but you need to put it in there so it's in the national plan, land transport plan. Otherwise, NZTA won't pick up their 51% funding, and we absolutely need that. So that's my plea to you, is to just add it in there so that we don't miss out when we need it. We're going through with a new bus contract in 2027, and we want to get, you guys have collaborated with us really well, I think, in that joint transport. Our staff are working well. This is just one little gap that seems to be missing in your current plan. So please add it in there if you can. That's me.
I just want to talk about smart growth, and just to thank you for maintaining your budget for smart growth. It's really important for managing the growth in the wider region. It's really important to have our plans aligned. I think in the past sometimes we've been out of step and timing wise, so really encourage this council to ensure that the various plans of the various local authorities are aligned to make sure we manage growth. Our regional council really appreciates the partnership approach, and we've really noticed a really good working relationship since the election. Your your election. So really appreciate that. So really just a thank you, and may it continue. And kia ora, Hemi, congratulations. Stuart.
Thank you. I've got the easy job about your proposals and thinking around Three Waters. And so obviously in the Bay of Plenty we have 6 TLAs, and if we consider Taupo, up to 7. So we've decided to take a slightly different approach and just look at some fundamental principles that would encourage you to think about in terms of the design moving forward. Many of them are based on, again, the Mirror Forum, your workshop, which I know you've been involved in, with support from Martin Jenkins and their 2023 work as well. We've added a few more, and I just want to quickly touch on them, which are articulated in our submission. So obviously acting in the best interest of the communities, that's just not about today. If you're going to make a change, it's got to be sustainable for at least 20 or 30 years. Otherwise, you may not get the benefits out of it. Protecting and promoting public health, and of course we now have an independent regulator in Wellington, Te Mara Arawai, and they're starting to flex their muscles, which is actually quite good. And so, that environment has changed as well. Also delivering effective and financially sustainable services, and again, there's a new entity coming into play, which is a Commerce Commission in terms of economic regulation. And do not underestimate what they're going to get up to. Some of us had a briefing a couple of days ago, was it yesterday? Yeah, a couple of days ago in Rotorua. And I'd encourage you to get those slides, those of you that weren't there, and just have a look at the impact of that. It's quite an important change. Looking through to partnerships and alliances, and this is one we discussed at length, which is quite a new one. There are benefits in scale. I think you can argue that quite strongly, but it's how you go about getting those benefits. And we'd seriously encourage you to look at alliances with other entities. One, a lot of the back office stuff is where the cost is, and billing, technical expertise, delivery of infrastructure, etc., etc. Now, you are the 5th largest council in New Zealand, and my personal view is you've got to be careful what you're actually going to gain by developing a CCO with smaller councils. You'll potentially end up subsidising them once the ring fencing comes off. But when you develop alliances, and they could be international alliances as well, I think New Zealand suffers from good, robust new technologies. Again, that's something I'd really encourage you to look at. One of the challenges around stormwater and flood management, and that's where it integrates obviously with our major catchment control. And that again is going to require some careful consideration, and it'll be different up and down New Zealand. I know in Northland it's quite different to Southland, wildly different to the Bay of Plenty. So again, whatever you decide and whatever's supported by the Minister post their analysis of your proposals, we're going to have to get together and understand where those demarcations are, if there are any, because they tend to flow in together. So that's an important issue from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And again, being a growth city, funding lead infrastructure in the Three Waters for growth is going to be critical. And now you have the overlay and the potential risk of climate change as well. So when you add all those up, so the other one we added in the last one was to ensure transparency back to the community. If you head down a CCO track, and I've been on 4 of them and still on 2 of them, they are one step removed from the council. They are more steps removed actually from the community. And when it's something as critical as these Three Waters, you really encourage you to make sure whatever entity you look at is that information flow is constantly back to the community. Otherwise, there will be problems. Trust me, there will be problems. So that's it in terms of Three Waters. We wish you well. We are not encouraging to go down a particular path. We are simply encouraging to look at these fundamental principles, which I'm sure you have done in your analysis, and then make a robust decision.
And I'll just touch on biodiversity. So once again, commending partnerships with both with Tangata Whenua and with us, such as the Kopurereru'a Valley, for example. We commend your priority of enhancing green spaces and your drive to a biophilic city. And just that small, relatively small compared to Three Waters detail around in your annual plan consulting on saving 200k with your planting. We just want to reinforce that you've got your obligations under the Regional Pest Management Plan, and we think it's critical that you keep investing in nature and planting. So, yep, that's it, and we're open to questions.
Thank you very much for your submission. Councillor Crowther.
Firstly, I'll just acknowledge Andrew's comment about the Brookfield.
Sure you would.
Because it's so fantastic to have a kind of a neutral party who's using evidence-based saying that, because my colleagues will get sick of me saying it. So thank you for that. But I did want to ask Stuart, at Rotorua the other day, you heard the gentleman from DIA who'd been involved in some of the CCOs and mergers and different things, talking about the local water's done well, number crunchers have underestimated the gains. It could be 15% OPEX savings, not 1% per year. I guess when you look at the lay of the land at Auckland, for instance, with water care, that went from a very inefficient model to what is now whatever it is. I'm just trying to get your sense of, can we get a lot of the benefits of that from the models that you've also discussed then, as opposed to a CCO model where, as you say, it's an extra step from the community?
Yes, you can, but I'd also pick up the other comments that gentleman made around how you get that more effectiveness and efficiency and better value for money. And it is, again, around actually the culture of the organisation has a huge part to play in that. As I say, I've been on CCOs before, very bad cultures, and it takes a lot of time to get their mindset in the right place to actually deliver effectiveness and efficiency. And it is true to say that when you have an entity that's all their focus is, apart from the other 20 issues you have to deal with, that can happen. So it's really about leadership, governance, technical expertise. It's like building a house. It's a whole lot of component parts need to come together to make it actually work. And if one of them's a bit weak, then potentially it won't work. So yes, but again, you know, CCO is one of many models, which I'm sure you've looked at. You know, there are a range of them. Many people are, by government direction, considering CCOs, and there's nothing wrong with them. You know, they can work, but they are full of risk as well. Full of risk.
Thank you. We really appreciate your time, and yeah, thank you for coming to submit today.
Thank you.
The next submission is
he's not here.
Definitely not. Okay. So the next submission is 686. This is on the final tranche of submissions on page 174, and it is Barry Brown. So welcome, Barry, and thanks for coming to present to us today.
Just a bit of background on me. I'm a retired corporate lawyer, mainly in what they call the mergers and acquisitions space. I've been coming to the Mount for 60 years and been a ratepayer for 35 of those 60 years. I don't envy you your task. It's an extremely challenging one. The transition of Tauranga City from the 10-bob town to the modern city is a difficult and painful one. But you people seem to me to be on the right track. I endorse fully the direction of travel. When I look at your 7, I think, guiding principles, I agree entirely with all of them. One of them, I might change the title of the first one to not only look after what we've got, but look after who we've got, because charity begins at home, and we've got to think of our current citizens before we think of those that might want to join us here in Tauranga. I just want to touch on two or three aspects of the things I mentioned in my submission. The first is, and it does resonate well with me, and that is growth must pay for growth. The vexed question of developer contribution, or DCs, comes to mind, of course. But to me, there's no logical reason why a ratepayer in Matapihi or in Arataki should pay for new infrastructure out west somewhere so that someone from Auckland can come and join us here in Tauranga. There is no logic in my common sense view. There may be some conventional wisdom, but I'm not aware of it. I may be missing something. I think the council's role here is to get the policy settings correct, zone the land to enable, and leave it to the development community and those wanting to live in these new spaces to do the rest. Because what will happen, as and when the pricing of the site, the housing or whatever the site is going to be used for, comes into the right space, people will put their money up, which will mean that the developers can get down payments or whatever other arrangements they have to give their banks comfort so that they can pay for the infrastructure. I think this is really important. I think it's something that council, and this council, your predecessors for too long did not accept that principle. They went all out to encourage growth, not sure why, but they did. And basically, we're broke. We are broke. We ain't got any money because we didn't collect the development contributions we should have over the last 30 years. So I commend you people to putting this under the spotlight. I just say to you, hold the line. Hold the line. The other thing that I would do, I was one of the leaders of a business with over 400 people back post-crash in '87. And we started from the ground up and looked at our entire organisation, all the roles in it, all the people in it, and said, do we need it? Is it fit for the purpose? And I think, you've got this big thing with the rates increases and how you deal with the community on that. But I think one of the things, if you can sit here in a year's time and say, well, one thing we can tell you is we've done a ground-up review of the entire business, and we're satisfied that what we've got now, i.e. in a year's time, is right, fit for the purpose, and the cost of it is correct, then that's all you need to say. We've done that. At the moment, you're struggling. I can get that. You've only been around a very short time. You've inherited a very difficult situation. So that's something I do commend to you. In terms of the citizens, there are going to be times when you can't do what you really want to do. I watched 6 hours of your hearings yesterday on TV, as it were, and I've sat here for a few hours today. And there's some very heartwarming and good people asking for things. We may not be able to give it to them now. We've got to take a 5-year view. But what we need to be able to give to the people is manageable rates. If you can do 10%, you've done damn well, and I'd support you on that, Mayor. Give them a functioning transport system. Give them a functioning water infrastructure and services so that you can say, we've done this. Now, these other things we can do in time, but just give us time to get the basics right. As I say in my submission, borrowing over the next 3 or 4 years is going to be necessary, prudent and good. That's it, not sexy. Just briefly on Mount Maunganui, a special area, you've heard all about that. Plan Change 33 is a discussion for another day. As Kate said, we ask you to put aside an allocation of funding to look at the plan change, and the merits of that can be discussed in another forum. In terms of Mount Maunganui infrastructure, look, you know the issues there. You no doubt drove down Totra Street on your way here today. It's symptomatic of a much bigger issue. The water infrastructure issues here are well known, I'm not going to dwell on those at the moment, but they are well known. All I'd say if I was sitting around your table, I'd say, don't talk about upgrading the Mount Drury playground. I've got 5 grandchildren from 4 to 7. That playground's just fine. It's symbolism. You just pass on it, move on. Deal with the water, deal with the transport. Don't worry about playgrounds and little things like that. It ain't going to change anyone's life. It is not going to. I just want to talk about what we do about water. I was an M&A lawyer, and one of my roles that I had was the best deal that was never done, and that was the merger of the Port of Auckland with the Port of Tauranga, 2006. I chaired the working group on that. Helen Clark was going to give Auckland a new stadium, as Fran had done in Wellington, and they turned it down. I could not believe it. We were going to merge the 2 ports. Helen was going to get her stadium. She's not even a sports person, but it was going to deal with the Mount Eden problem and Eden. It didn't happen. But anyway, so I've been through plenty of mergers and acquisitions. Now, on water, you've got to go in with your eyes wide open. A merger with the other local councils is attractive on its face, and I can see that it could have some merit. But you must do thorough due diligence. You heard the guy yesterday. He said, do you know what's happening next door or not happening next door? You really must. I was involved in putting in submissions pre-COVID, 2017, to Nānia Mahuta, who was the then local government commissioner, about regional water. I was working with a range of people, including a former chair of the regional council here. And we know that smaller communities have a real problem with the water. And as the larger one, you've got to be obviously careful on cross-subsidisation and ownership and sequestration of your assets. Now, I heard the gentleman who sat here, very sensible. He talked about alliances. That's right. You can have mergers, but you can have alliances where you cooperate on the things that matter, but you retain ownership of your own assets. But more complicated for financing, and I've done a lot of big financing deals in multi-billions of dollars. But more complicated, but can be done through the local government funding authority. So you must do your due diligence. The second thing that's absolutely key, and if someone comes to me and say, Barry, would you be director of this enterprise? I'd say, show me the 10-year modelling. Show me robust 10-year modelling, because you've got to have it, because you cannot make you never know whether you make the right decision, but you can't make a good decision until you have due diligence that's thorough and modelling that's robust. Because it's easy to overstate the benefits and underestimate the costs when you go into some of these mergers. The synergies may be there, they may be there, the modelling may tell you that, but they may not be. Sorry, I've got 20 seconds for questions.
Thank you very much. No, you bring up some great points. We got a quick question anywhere, or? No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we've also got your submission, so we really appreciate you coming in, and
thank you.
Obviously, generally your support, which is fantastic. So.
Thanks, Barry.
We move on to 789, which is on page 558 of the final tranche of submissions, and we've got Charles Russell, who's replacing his brother Billy, I believe, from Arataki Sports Club. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Tō tahi te mihi te kaunihira Tauranga Moana. Nā te hoa himi, nā mihi nui ki a koe. Nera tēnā rā tātou te ahuatanga o tēnei kaupapa. So yes, Charles Russell, Billy couldn't make it with us here tonight. He's brought in the big guns, the big brother, to deliver a community-led project on behalf of Arataki community. The main thing is that Billy's lodged through his submission is a series of concerns around capacity relative to the facilities at the Arataki Park, that the current community centre doesn't cater for the multitude of user groups that are interested in the area, and the request for support from Tauranga City Council to have a community-led project requiring a hand up, not a handout. And yeah, so by way of background, used to play for this gentleman over here many moons ago with the Bay. So no bias there, but currently I'm the CEO of Mātai Pacific, so we're a Māori investments arm in kiwifruit developments, also working in energy developments as well. And so my brother said, hey, we need you to come back. I was formerly the president for Arataki Sports for about 10 years. Saw it rise, and now it's basically a multi-use club with the Premier Rugby League team, rugby, netball, surfing, and the multitude of other activities and sports that are involved with it. What we're currently seeking is support from Council to establish a steering group and building trust to build a cultural and sporting hub on Arataki Park. The initiative directly aligns with the Council's community investment priorities. In the first stage in the annual plan, it's really about determining the feasibility of a project. So we've already engaged Veros and an architect around pre-consenting design, but it really has to be designed by the community for the community needs. We'd like to Council to have participation on said steering group to ensure that the Council's interests are represented in any activity that precludes to building a facility on Council property, and would fundamentally like that steer towards raising funds for a facility that's purpose-built for sporting, but also as a cultural hub for local Māori within the area. So area engagement, area delivery, one of those key components. We've seen Arataki in the paper, in the news for concerning issues, especially surrounding Bayfair. You know, every time it's bad, it's Arataki. Every time it's good, it's something else. And so I want to, yeah, correct. And I want Arataki. I'm passionate about the area. I grew up here, and I really want to leave a legacy. So I live in Rotorua, Nui Akiwa now. So with Hemi's whānau over there, but this is a passion project that's steered my want for a number of years, and I'd like to see it through. The project vision is really to create a Māori-inspired cultural and sports central hub, enabling the long-term growth of the sporting activity communities, facilitates to deliver for other sporting events, i.e. Ames Games on the park, and essentially it creates an inclusive space for wahine Māori, ladies sports in regards to rugby and league. So by way of example, every Saturday the junior rugby is on Arataki Park. Every Sunday the junior rugby league is on Arataki Park. We invited councillors down to have a look at the last, and there was 8 teams with 2 changing rooms. No facilities for women to change. Everyone's struggling to rent out the rooms at the community centre. And so there is a community need, and we want to build something that's fit for purpose, but also creates a centre of belonging, so those new families moving to the area can see a flagship and what something looks like for Arataki. As a regional anchor, you know, we want to make sure that it looks good, so, you know, engage the right visual aesthetic that represents Tauranga Moana as a whole, you know, going through the branding project. So I've just come off a year with CCO, Tourism Bay of Plenty, as Associate Trustee or Director. I see the need for a centralised brand to bring those visitors to our area. So that's really what we're after. We're asking for a hand up, not a handout, and would welcome council support and any questions.
All right, thank you very much for your submission. And again, I think yeah, some of the councillors have seen the need, so yeah, it's really good to talk. So just on that final comment you made, we're looking for a hand up, not a handout. So do you see an ability to be able to co-fund or raise money for this? Maybe some of your members to, chip in some of the work to make this happen, you think?
Yep, absolutely. We'll be seeking volunteer for expertise around project design, consulting, building and delivery. So our community, not just delivering pūtea, but actually delivering the blood and sweat and the tears that go into creating that anchor point. But additionally, a big funding raise as well. So we really want to take ownership of this project, raise through funding, raise through other funding mechanisms where appropriate. But the fundamental thing is to get it to a point where we're really proud to deliver a community hub that everyone can look back at and go, yeah, this.
Thank you very much, and just really appreciate that, because we are, short on money, but we want to do more, and where we can partner with people to for them to enable that and be an enabler as well. Obviously, we're not expecting not to fund anything, but we really appreciate when people come like that. So, Councillor Rolleston.
Hear me okay?
Yep.
Tuatai, kei te mihi ki a koe e te ho e te rangatira, e Charlie mo tō mihi. Yeah, as a person that lives just up the road in Matapihi, I've got a couple of questions. And I think you might have touched on an iwi and hapu partnership, what that might look like. And do you think this incorporates Matapihi as well, given Matapihi has its own sort of, sports clubs, because we really need to consolidate? And then a sort of a semi-related question is on the partnership is you're right next to Bay Venues or Bay Wave. Do you see a synergy, well-being partnership potential there as well?
Yeah, so to answer your first question, Hemi, absolutely. As you know, Arataki Sports, our club rooms was Hungunga Torua Marae, or the club rooms there, and we use that as our after-match place where we could invite teams back to. It absolutely includes the whānau from Matapihi who are looking to broaden in that scope and facilities, and absolutely it's about connection to our local hapu, our local iwi, and building something that they approve of as well.
Kia ora, Charles. Nice to meet you. You look like your brother. Me ana kia koutou. We're all aware that you guys had a place on the park for a very long time, and it was council that actually displaced you, and you've done really well to remain an anchor of community, of identity for Arataki, considering navigating that busy hub must be hectic. Can you tell us a bit about the, if it's not sensitive information, I'm sure it's not, how much you guys are having to fork out every week or every time you have to host manuhiri?
We're getting up to the sums of about 100k a year, to operate a sports club. When I talk about hand up, so the feasibility study and the preliminary architectural design is about 100. So about 60k for the feasibility study through Veros, and then a pre-architect drawing to get some buy-in or feedback on what that looks like. We're not asking for a lot. We're already applying for that funding, so we're not really requesting anything. But it is a problem. You're booked for a room, you're having to navigate with other user groups, the churches, everyone's competing for that place and space. The commercial model of the Bay Venues, particular to that site, in my opinion, hasn't worked. It's being commercially responsible and community responsible, they're always going to butt heads. And everyone can acknowledge that through Bay Venues, but we've got to find a place and space together. So where do the community clubs come in with each other with the Bay Venues swimming areas? Where does it come in? So is there enough space for all of us to occupy and manage together? Is it co-design or co-management? I think those answers will come out of the feasibility assessment as we start to talk to the stakeholder groups around the community.
quick one.
Yeah, hey, sorry about the weekend. We were I got my wires crossed. I was actually there all the following. But just a couple of questions. Are you looking at an extension of the existing, or are you looking to get back to where the club was in terms of the location?
Just early indications are because we've got the Whalers Rugby League and they're wanting a place and space. I think we're like 2 league teams on one park, and so never the twain shall meet. Can we find a middle ground and share a facility? I don't know. Yeah, but there is a line that they could potentially take over the management or responsibility of the Bay venue site, and then Arataki could move into the central. But really, we're there to facilitate, to create a hub for community. That's all we're there for.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, and we'll certainly consider your submission as we go into deliberations. Thank you.
Nami, kia ora.
Now we're looking at submission 514. This is on one of the middle tranches, 511 to 543, and it's page 14. We welcome Chris Patterson from the Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association. You'll have 10 minutes, including time for any questions if you want to leave that at the end. Thank you.
Right, well, thanks very much for hearing me. I'm submitting this on behalf of the chairman of the Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association, Philip Brown. I'm just one of the pale Papamoa pensioners that the previous commissioner referred to. Right, local water's done well. There is an unnecessary rush to make a decision on local water's done well. All the facts are not in, and from what we understand, the numbers underlining the information that have been presented to the ratepayers cannot be peer-reviewed, as the workings are confidential and proprietary to the consultant Martin Jenkins. How can this happen? Until these workings are made public, it is impossible for the councillors and ratepayers to understand the assumptions and calculations. These workings should be made available to everyone and openly peer-reviewed. As it is, according to the numbers released to the public, the publicised savings are very small, may be easily lost in the increased costs of the new organisations, do not compensate for the loss of control, and will allow uncapped water rate increases. Rotorua City Council is delaying their decision for 2 years to allow all the facts to be accumulated and assessed. This is the approach that PRRA recommends for Tauranga City Council. Delay the decision by 2 years, as it is in the too hard basket at present for the above reasons. Since this has been written, I noticed that Christchurch and other councils have decided to go on the side of the status quo. Slow down the haste to make a decision and allow the time for each councillor to fully understand the financials. Otherwise, keeping local control and retaining the status quo is the decision of the PRRA. This aligns and complies with the government regulations. The information in the council documents to the general public is misleading about this point. Right, going on to the annual plan 25-26. Annual rate increases should be no more than twice CPI, in other words 5%. Over 25% of Tauranga families live on fixed incomes and cannot afford the 10 to 12% annual rate increases proposed. Keep rate increases to 5% and below. The emphasis on vanity downtown projects is bleeding the city dry of funds to invest in much needed amenities and infrastructure in the suburbs. The people live in the suburbs and not in the city centre. Control the fixed costs of the council. Reduce staffing levels by 25%. Less use of consultants. Build up in-house expertise. No more money to vanity projects. Stay with the basics as per the government directive. Papamoa needs the following. Most of these items were once on a long-term plan, but have been deferred for years to free up funds for the downtown civic projects. Making a nice city centre does not look attractive to Papamoa residents who need the following. 1. Easy to use pedestrian tsunami distribution evacuation pathways along the TEL between Sandhurst Road and Domain Road. Everyone will need to evacuate by foot or bicycle. These evacuation pathways have been grossly overcosted by the consultants who have produced an eye-watering amount. 40,000 people, Arataki and Papamoa residents, will need to evacuate by foot to the inland side of the TEL. Another year passes and we've been lucky, no tsunami. Actual cost is $3 million. 2. Upgrade of Domain Road to the Tauranga Road junction. This road is a rural road with deep drains either side. It is also a primary tsunami evacuation pathway. There are no footpaths on either side. Evacuating residents must share the road with car traffic. Upgrade was taken out of the annual plan by Anne Tolley and has not been reinstated. 3. The upgraded culvert under Gravatt Road. The most important culvert in the Wairaki Stream stormwater system. Under a weather bomb similar to Cyclone Gabrielle, the current culvert is a restriction in the system, and this may lead to flooding throughout Papamoa. Planned, but deferred to take money to downtown. 4. Remove the aggressive and unnecessary speed humps at Tauranga Road, Parton Road roundabout. These are a safety hazard as the driver's attention is diverted from the traffic signals to negotiating the speed humps. Emergency vehicles have difficulty here and valuable time is wasted on slowing for these speed humps. One or other, traffic lights or speed humps. Both are not needed. 5. Upgrade and rebuilding of Papamoa Beach Road. This is the busiest road in Tauranga and the most neglected. The other end, Maranui Road, is always being maintained in hot mix. We would like future road works and improvements to start from the end of the Papamoa Beach Road instead. 6. Remove the targeted rate for Tutumu. There is no advantage to being close now, nothing there and in the future. Papamoa residents are paying full rates for the civic redevelopment even though they live 10 kilometres away. People in Te Papa should be paying increased targeted rates for the civic redevelopment. Use the same logic everywhere. 7. Change the culture inside the council to become more trustworthy. The recent debacle over the Marine Precinct sale has shown the public that council staff are not working for the ratepayers' best interests. Sale price 14 million, incurred debt outstanding 29 million. This must change. The duplicitous statements and actions of the mayor over this sale have caused the community to disbelieve mayoral statements. 8. Consult with the community before a project is started the design phase. Any consultation after this is a waste of everyone's time. Regards on behalf of Philip Brown.
Right, thank you very much for that. I just had a question on the tsunami pathways, and obviously that is a direct benefit to those residents living in Papamoa. So from that respect, would you be happy to directly pay for those? I know we're talking, you know, you've brought up the targeted rate, but that one seems like a...
Well, a tsunami would not hit only Papamoa. It would hit the whole of Tauranga.
But we're talking specific infrastructure in Papamoa to help an escape route.
Well, I'm not sure if we should be slicing and dicing all the individual costs and benefits to each portion of Tauranga, depending on where you're living.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but yeah, Councillor Morris.
Chris, have you ever seen somebody from Tauranga or another suburb using the beach?
Which beach?
Papamore Beach. Where did you announce?
I haven't noticed anybody carrying a label to say where they were from.
The answer is just yes. Lots of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much for your submission, and yeah, we'll certainly consider some of the things you've said. So, thank you very much for coming along today. Now we have submission 836. This can be found on the final tranche of submissions on page 760. We now invite Richard Kloot and Leon Tom, I think, from Matua, or Bowls Matua Inc., to come and talk. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Not too sure who Leon is. I'm Richard, and this is Club President Ross. So,
sorry, my information is is incorrect. Sorry about that.
Maybe sometimes he goes under Leon. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. So, Bowls Matua, as we are known, put in a submission. We acknowledged that it was very much last minute and not full of a lot of detail. However, we felt it necessary to put a stake in the sand, so to speak, or a stake in the park, to promote where things are heading over the next wee while. So Bowls Matua has currently 3 greens. Greens 1 and 2 are relatively new, 2 years in operation, and the club was able to raise the funds in excess of 600,000 to achieve making grass greens into artificial greens, which obviously is the future of the club. Our submission really is in regards to green number 3. So green number 3 is very much, well, it's an existing artificial and is now about 16 years of age and has deteriorated quite considerably in the last year or two, and the lifespan is not particularly great. Green 3 is very much where our income comes from through corporate events, but also a big part of the future of bowls is very much the social bowls, and on a Monday evening, 20 Mondays over the summer, we have our twilight bowls where we've got 150 people coming in to play their bowls, and effectively we need all 3 greens in operation. So it's a key part of the operation of the club. So we're in the process of getting quotes that just arrived in last week. We didn't have that in time to put into our submission, but effectively minimum of 180,000, 200 probably to do everything around. So we are looking at all available options as we did with the last greens, and obviously looking for support from council in one form or another is crucial to the funding of that green. The clubs of the western suburbs, we're fairly well positioned as far as the clubs that we do have, and I've been involved with Automotive Sport, Ferguson Park, and the facilities there. I've been involved in the whole of the sporting arena and dealing with council for over 30 years. The western suburbs, really from Matua right through to the lakes, the people from those areas, the Bethlehems, in future obviously Tauranga West, they all tend to come towards the clubs in those western areas, be it the bowls, football, cricket, golf, etc. There's a lot of people from that western side of town coming to utilise those facilities. Many of the facilities which really were provided by the community, there hasn't been a lot of council funding in any of those. They're all run by the clubs, owned by the clubs, most on council lease, but the actual running of those costs is very much through the clubs themselves. But many of the facilities, a bit like ours, are now in need of some looking after, and therefore, as an example, we've already come to council for joinery, etc., in getting rid of asbestos on our buildings, but that's a separate issue. It's not part of our submission. But it just reflects that what we have with those clubs, and particularly with ourselves, very much in need of support going forward. Bowls, etc., very much the future is social bowls, and many users. Our building also multi-user, so we just see growth with bowls as a social sport.
Thank you very much. I just have a quick question. Clearly we're getting short on time. Do you account for depreciation, etc., on your greens and buildings, and to enable you to fund things in the future? Is that?
Yes, we do. Yep. And each year we put aside monies towards those greens. So it's not as though we come with handout for the total amount. Cool. But part of what we've done with the two recent greens, we went to our members and were able to get 90,000 from those members, and we've been paying that off to those members. It was a 5-year plan. 3 years in, we've virtually paid that off. So again, and that's also allowing putting monies aside towards the replacement of the greens. So we are thinking ahead.
No, that's great. That answers my question. So thank you, and we very much appreciate when people come to co-share in some of these funding asks. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
My only final comment, if I may, and I've used this before, and some of you know it. Very much, the West makes up at least a quarter of the rate intake for the city, and by and large, there's no great need for all the new facilities that some suburbs seek. So just try to bear in mind, please, that the West has funded.
West is best, we hear from these guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it funds the rest to some degree. So. Paying for the rest.
All right. Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you for your time and your submission today.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And not Leon Ross, was it?
Ross.
Ross, yeah. Sorry about that. Now we move to 957. This is on page 6 of that, the 970 and 957. Those two submissions together, and we welcome Chris Patterson.
Right. This is my submission from a personal point of view. I'm a retired insurance engineer, and I have dealt with engineering risks, their management and loss minimisation in the past. Local water. It is well known that Tauranga has in the past done an excellent job in running our water system. It is even a model that other councils could copy. Moving into the future, we need to ensure that this continues to be the case. At the same time, it is important that this knowledge and expertise is passed on to our neighbouring councils in an effort to assist them to improve the delivery of a quality system to their own residents. TCC has over the years built up a fund of expertise and knowledge. It would have dangerous consequences for the residents of Tauranga if this were to be diluted. Those employees of Tauranga who are in charge of and running our water systems need to be valued and nurtured to the work that they do. Any intrusion of personnel from other councils will only dilute this expertise to the detriment of them all, both within the TCC as well as those in a similar position in neighbouring councils. In the engineering world, there's a very wise saying, don't fix it if it ain't broke. On the other hand, I also believe that the knowledge and expertise gained by the TCC should be shared with our associated councils. I therefore envision that the ideal structure is where TCC still owns and runs its own water system, but at the same time enters into a handshake partnership with surrounding councils, whereby the TCC acts in an advisory capacity with them, so acting as their mentor. They may then tap into the TCC methodology and philosophy in order to plan and improve their own systems. The TCC would be effectively working as consultants to those other councils. Furthermore, the TCC could charge for the service, so mitigating the cost of our own water system. Having a partnership in this way would also ensure that there's no confusion between the water assets of different councils, even if there's some agreed interconnection of facilities. In this manner, we would not be burdened by their issues in future. To my mind, the proposed CCO and multi-CCO systems are basically a watered-down version of the original proposed three-water scheme, excuse the pun. The creation of a separate standalone system outside of TCC would dilute the intimate relationship between those in charge of our water system and the rest of the TCC. Tauranga residents would lose the checks and balances currently in place by being under the TCC umbrella. Furthermore, the creation of a separate entity would encourage the creation of a political fiefdom where there could be a power struggle, inflation of staffing and cost of running it. Precisely what the Three Waters would have done, but on a smaller scale. This will typically lead to a CEO demanding top salary and all the associated perks, to that cost detriment of all the ratepayers in our councils involved. The exact structure of either CCO option has not been outlined. From past observation, this will result in another top-heavy political structure, contributing little to the overall functioning of the entity. We will see people who have no idea how water systems work be appointed to the board, with consequent poor decisions and delays in infrastructure developments, improvements. Stick to the KISS principle and keep our water systems in our own house. There's nothing wrong in helping others, but we need to ensure that we do not control that which is ours. I also may make a quick mention to issues on the annual plan, and my main issue on the annual plan is the question of the museum. The council in the not too distant past had a referendum held regarding the need to have a museum, and this was voted down. Despite this, Commission has included a museum costing about $122.4 million into this redevelopment. Apparently, the current TCC now supports this. We know from past experience in other projects that this cost will inevitably blow out to, once again, the ratepayers' detriment. If the council is sincere in wishing to reduce the costs to an acceptable level, then the current city centre development must be modified so that the museum and exhibition event centre, which are in no way essential to the running of our city, be deferred until a future date, once we have a more stable income flow. If the TCC feels the desperate need to have a museum and event centre, along with the attendant ongoing running costs, then it should seek out a suitable sponsor for these costs. And from my point of view, the ports of Tauranga is suggested here. After all, the commercial traffic to and from the port causes much road damage, subsidised by ratepayers. Other priorities, may I continue?
Yes, if we could just wrap it up.
Other priorities that I have here, roading, the doubling up of the Matapihi and Mangatapu bridges, which will greatly improve traffic flow to and around the city. Completion of the Papamoa Domain Road, rebuilding of Papamoa Beach Road, connection of the boulevard, the primary road that is currently through Papamoa back to where it should start, at the Papamoa School roundabout. Park and ride facilities. We should have these. And Bay Park is an ideal place for people to park and ride. And I also believe that the Hults Road bus lane should be changed to a T2 lane, which will help traffic flow. Penalty rates, please, these are necessary. Papamoa does not need additional rates to pay for something that everybody will benefit from. And I will conclude at that point.
I think we've got your submission as well. So,
yep.
Yeah. Thank you very much again for your time and coming in your personal capacity, as well as representing the Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association. So you're a sucker for punishment today.
Live with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Potentially being T3 soon-ish.
T2 or T3?
T3. So halfway towards where you want.
Okay, so you leave the dummy next to you.
Three. So we'll just now go to submission 706, last two of the day. This is page 245 of the last tranche of submissions. We welcome Hamish McMillan from Mount Maunganui Cricket Club Incorporated. I might have a conflict here with my brother.
I wasn't going to say it. He's not bad. He's not bad. Hey, look, thank you for having me speak here. As you know, my name's Hamish. I'm the current president of the cricket club. It's a pleasure to be speaking in front of another elected group of councillors. The submission concerns an ongoing project. I first spoke about our home on Blake Park in 2017, and we've moved through a number of councils and a set of commissioners. We've had numerous approvals, promises around development of a clubroom site, even as far as having a location allocated and a lease proposed, and being in the long-term plan. And they've never actually eventuated into physical works. So recently we have created a temporary facility. I would invite you to look at it out that window, but we're running late, it's dark. And frankly, it's quite small. I'm not sure you'd see it from here. So today's submission is about adding 2 additional changing room structures to that. And when I say additional, what I mean is 2 changing room structures, because we don't have any currently. This is a glorious building that we're sitting in now, but this is not the home of cricket on Blake Park. Mount Maunganui Cricket Club is the home of cricket on Blake Park. We've been on this park since 1967. We played at Coronation Park much earlier than that. We currently are the largest cricket club in the Bay of Plenty. 150 junior members, 70 senior members, 24 social teams that play on Monday and Tuesday nights, which is approximately 240 players. And if you include all of the interested parents, grandparents, partners, wives, children, and friends that come and support our teams every week, we are well over 1,000 stakeholders that are involved, let alone all the opposition teams that come and play against our teams on this ground. We're seeing a growing number of young female players coming through, which is part of a region-wide push to improve female cricket in the Bay of Plenty. And we anticipate further growth in this female space, and frankly that's really exciting. I've done the historical context. The club's current Porticom facility is a temporary facility until funding can be found, until the reworking of Blake Park under the master plan can happen. And we would like to add 2 similar sized changing rooms and storage pavilions. We've spoken to council staff and the Spaces and Places group. We believe we have their broad support. There's some issues around some of the trees on the park, but we think with some sensible design work, we can mitigate, if not avoid, those issues altogether. And we're seeking funding for those two change facilities. In my submission, we talk about our preferred ownership model, and that is that council owns these two new facilities, lease them back to the club. And what that means is that when we do finally get a permanent solution for our pavilion and home on the ground, these change facilities can be repurposed and reused at another location within Tauranga City, hopefully on a newly developed sports facility somewhere that caters for the immense growth of cricket in the region. I had planned 10 minutes, but I see I only got 5.
No, that's all right. We can extend a little bit if we need to. We are getting to the end of the day, being kind, but
well, okay, and I appreciate that you've sat here all day and you've listened to submissions. And I was listening to the Arataki proposal earlier, and that bears a striking resemblance to what's happened to us over the years. Comment was made that Arataki had done well to stay on the park despite council taking away their club rooms. The parallels are
so just have a question, and obviously this is a fantastic facility. There's not utilised hugely. Would this be an option, like that you could use parts of this facility for Mount Cricket?
Thank you for asking the question again. That question has been asked many times. This is a high performance facility that is built for reasons other than community cricket club. We haven't been able to establish that relationship up until this point. We have used it on a Saturday basis from time to time. But in terms of the change facilities and the access to those and bathrooms and things like that, no, that hasn't happened up until now, nor
No, just asking the question. And but would it be an option if you didn't have those issues with access and stuff, or is it still not ideal?
It's perhaps a question that's above my pay grade.
Okay, no.
And more to be answered by the people here at Bay Oval.
Well, it's probably more from a Mount Cricket Club perspective. Like, would this work? Is it possible to make it work? Let's take any issues out of the way. But if I said to you, you can use this, and you've got these changing rooms, and you can use one of the rooms, is that actually an option for you, or is it? It's not?
Oh, look, frankly, we'd be delighted to have a cricket-centric facility to use.
That's all. Yeah, that's
regardless of the
That's just the question.
And it's about location relative to the wicket blocks and that sort of thing. So yes, Bay Oval fits that, whereas perhaps Mount Sports Club doesn't. It's too far away to be useful.
So this is quite good for your your ovals, etc.
It requires some rearrangement. But it's close to an oval.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's just thinking out of a square. Councillor Crowther.
Look, not to be disrespectful, but it has been explored ad nauseum since Bay Oval was established initially. And yes, I don't want to be disrespectful to the question because it's valid. Bay Oval's been here a long time, as has the Mount Cricket Club. If it hasn't happened yet, again, it's above my pay grade, but it speaks manifold,
Yeah. And read between the lines, Councillor Crowther.
Just assuming that the Mayor is unsuccessful, but I have great hopes he might be able to break the impasse. But even though I'm an ex-cadets player, I'd strongly support what you're saying.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just interested in terms of the netball club rooms. If netball moves to Bay Park and there's a juggling of facilities and, the master plan, and that facility becomes sort of the basis for something, I'm not saying it'll be as is, of course, but what's the time frame like, because we're trying to coordinate a whole lot of sports around the city and what facilities are needed. We've got limited funding, all the usual things. So is this a matter of maybe having a temporary, looking at the Portaloos, etc., doing something temporarily for a season or so, or do you feel you need to get something as soon as possible?
This is very much a temporary solution.
Yeah.
So when you talk around timelines and time frames, that's definitely above my pay grade. That's on you guys.
Yeah.
So
no, but I'm thinking from your point of view,
when
you're
netball
saying
moves, and I'm going to say when, because I'm immensely hopeful that they do, because that is the first domino that needs to fall on this park to allow the development and the benefit for multiple users that aren't just cricket. We would be really interested in a conversation around that building. In its current guise, it's way too big for us. We couldn't take on the costs associated with it. It's not fit for purpose. This proposal is about extending the temporary life of our temporary club room while the park looks like it does, while netball stays where it does, and it allows us to provide a place for female players to change, for our male players to change so they're not changing in front of the wives and partners and children that are watching. At the moment, when you have to get dressed for batting, you've got to take your trousers off to put your thigh pads on and then put them back on, and do that simply under the tree. There's no privacy to get changed. It's the temporary facility until another opportunity comes up where we can investigate how we fund that and all of that sort of thing.
Thank you very much, Hamish, for your time today and
Great.
Your submission. Thank you. All right, we are on to our final submission today. We're 867. This is on the final tranche of submissions on page 1025, and we welcome Samuel Taylor, who I believe was supposed to be with us yesterday. So thank you for coming back and submitting to us.
Apologies, I haven't been very well, but
no problem.
Figured that I'd try and make a recovery for today. Thank you. Ko moihau tōku maunga, ko waihau tōku awa, ko tīkapa tōku moana, ko tainui tōku iwi, ko Ngāti Maru rātou, ko Ngāti Pāwa, ko Waikato tainui tōku iwi, ko mātai whetū tōku marae, ko Samuel Taylor ahau. Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kāka, ka tangi hoki kia hau kia tīna. Haumi e hui e tā eke. My name is Samuel Taylor, as has been very kindly addressed. I've come to a lot of these meetings in the past, although this is a very different group to the familiar faces I'm used to. I think there's only two familiar ones from councils past, so it's lovely to have the opportunity to meet you all. I grew up here in Tauranga, feels like a long time ago now. Went to Mount Maunganui College. For the last couple of years, I've been out of the country in the United States, studying political science, economics, and a few other things at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. But it's nice to be back. I can't say that I've flown back specially to present to the annual plan. It is important, but it's not quite that important. But it's nice to be able to be here and speak anyway. I want to start by actually on a very, very positive note, which is I can't help but praise the decision to go ahead with the construction of Te Manawataki or Te Papa with its full complement. I got my first involvement in any sort of politics as a slightly smaller child in the museum referendum in 2016, 2017, and that was because I thought that having a museum in our city was really important. One of my foundational memories as a little kid was going to Wellington. My great aunt drove all the way up from Wellington to pick me up, to take me down to show me the giant squid at Te Papa. I think she hoped that I might be an oceanographer or something, and instead here I am presenting to council, so she'll be disappointed. But that was to me a very foundational moment in understanding the power and opportunity of science and the value of education, all these things. And I think it was the case for a lot of people who saw that and who see these things. Museums have a fantastic power
to educate and inspire young people, and I'm really glad that the council showed the courage to go ahead with that project, because it isn't popular. You get groups like Papamoa Grey Power or whatever they were called in here complaining about it, but I think it's a broader view of the community that supporting our public spaces like that is not only right but urgently necessary. It comes into a broader conversation, I think, about what the future of our city looks like. I mean, annual plan obviously is only for 1 year, 2025, 2026, but it sets the stage for what we want the next 10, 20, 30, 50 years of our city to look like. And I think that the future for Tauranga, the city that I grew up in, the city that I call home, is a really positive one. Although I have to disagree with the Mayor's assertion during the campaign that Tauranga is New Zealand's biggest small city. I don't think we're a small city anymore. I mean, I remember for me it was a real huge moment when we were one of the 5 cities they talked about on the news and the weather at night instead of Dunedin. That was a big moment for me. And I think we're thoroughly in that second tier of cities along with Dunedin, Hamilton, Rotorua. And we have the unique advantage that A, it doesn't snow here, and B, it's absolutely beautiful. There's no coastline in Hamilton, and there's snow in Dunedin, and we have a benefit that none of those other places have, and I think our future is absolutely as one of New Zealand's second cities behind Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch. We aren't a small city anymore. There are a few problems, though, to achieving that dream of being a real live city that is vital and alive. And I think you can sum them up best as brain drain, housing unaffordability, and general bad vibes. The brain drain thing is particularly scary to me. I was talking to a group of students through the InStep Young Leaders Forum a couple of years ago. If you haven't got involved with that, you absolutely should. It's a fantastic opportunity. These kids are brilliant. They really do care about their futures and the future of the city. But I talked to this group, maybe 20 or 30 kids. I asked them, how many of you think that you will be living here in 5 years' time? And do you want to guess how many put their hands up? None. Not a single one. These were kids who, top of their classes, leaders in their schools, in their classrooms, in their communities, people who have a real potential to make a huge difference in the future. They'd come in their school uniforms on a teacher-only day just to show up because they were that dedicated and passionate. And not a single one of them thought that they would live in this city in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time. And that, to me, was like a four-alarm fire, four-alarm fire, whatever. It was a moment where I went, this is a huge problem that we aren't tackling adequately, because if those kids don't want to stay, that is all of our future leadership washed out. And I'm no different, I'm guilty of the same thing. I ran away as quickly as I could and as far away as I possibly could. But the question, I think, fundamentally, that every plan that the council comes up with and every avenue they take is, what are we doing to tackle those challenges? So I think, what about solutions then? Well, housing prices, basic economics would tell us that there's a simple solution, right, which is increase the housing supply. That's how you manage the affordability of houses. You build more houses. It's great to see more greenfield development going on out in Tauranga West, areas like that, but fundamentally what we need is more density, because a lot of young people who want to move to Tauranga but are priced out, don't want to live in a 3-4 bedroom house, 2 bathrooms and a yard out the back. They want to live in the city where things are, where this fantastic museum is going to be. And they don't have the opportunity to do that. So I guess the first thing that I want to say is that I think that we urgently need to densify our centre city as much as possible. NPSUD, the other document that's name is totally escaping me at the moment, there's 2 of them, fantastic ideas, but they should be seen as a baseline for what the council does, not for a goal that we're kind of very unwillingly pulled towards. And so I think building is the number one thing that we can do as a city. I love seeing all the cranes around. I want to see a whole bunch more cranes, building more homes for young urban professionals who want to make this city their home and to help develop into something pretty special. So number one, build more homes where people want them, not just where we have available space, because everything is an available space. Any building can be made taller, you can fit more people into any of them. Talking about bad vibes, which is a very airy-fairy thing, I know, but I think for me it's about making Tauranga a vital city for people who aren't just retirees and pensioners, and for young families who like to move here. Nobody I know who came to school with, who I went to school with, is planning on moving back anytime soon, who's left. As we talked about before, none of those kids are planning on moving back anytime soon. And there are a bunch of reasons for that. Things like the museum, that's a fantastic start. But we really need to revitalise our centre city and our other centres. For instance, take the Mount. I think the idea of putting a fee on outdoor dining in the Mount is unbelievable. It's the only city centre that I go to in the city that feels alive and vibrant and like there's something going on. And a huge part of that is because all of these establishments spill out onto the street. And I for the life of me, I cannot understand why you would discourage that sort of behaviour, that sort of community building. In fact, I think we should go in the opposite direction. I think that it should be pedestrianised. I think that there's huge value in actually making that a better space for the community. As it is, I think the only big difference the council's made in the last, I don't know, however long down there is building the car park. That's name I can't remember for the life of me. That's terrible. Anyway, I like the car park. Te Papo Ngā Manu Porotakata, that's right. I like it. I think it's cool. But I think we could do a whole lot more to encourage that community rather than discourage it. It's a fantastic place. It's one of our treasures. It's nationally and to some extent internationally recognised, and yet the council is looking at discouraging its vibrancy instead of encouraging it. And I think that's an awful idea. I think another thing that can be done to increase the vibes is to listen less to submissions and yeah, I know, I'm guilty of the same thing, but I'm lucky. I'm very lucky that I can come along here. I'm an unemployed wastrel. I can do whatever I like. But there's a whole bunch of people who don't have the same opportunity to come along to any council meetings they want to and talk away and submit. And so I'm going to use my ability to come to say, actually, ignore us. I think there's a whole bunch of academic work on this that says that the people who show up to these meetings are not representative of the people in cities. Then Einstein 2021 from Boston, not that Einstein, different Einstein, 2021 from Boston University had this fantastic article that basically said that the range of people who show up to submit have nothing to do with the people who live in the city, more or less. It's not representative, and you see it, right? You look at the group in the crowd. You know, it was not a particularly diverse one when I walked in today. All of that is to say, I don't know. I love this city. Anytime I go overseas, I'm incredibly proud to say that this is my home and this is where I'm from. And some people recognise it, not many people do. I am excited for our future, but it requires an active push, you know. Growth and change are inevitable. They come whether we want them or not. It's a train on the, you know, we're standing on the tracks and there's a train barreling towards us. The question is not whether this change will come, it's how it will come and how we respond to it. And I'm optimistic that the council will respond in the right way and build a better city, especially for our young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission, and nice to end on a positive note. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, refreshing. Nice to feel your energy, the energy of the young, and hear what you have to say, which is real interesting when you weigh it up to the people, as you know, that have presented submissions, all they were courageous step over the last couple of days. Yeah, good to hear that you're searching for jobs. Let's go and have a chat later. But my question is around retaining our capability in future leaders. You kind of touched on it a bit earlier.
Yeah.
What are, aside from building more attractive accommodation for young people or young professionals, what other roles do you think council can play, aside from what you've already discussed, to retain our capability in future leaders?
It's a tough one, and it's in a lot of cases there's a mindset among young people that there's nothing here for them, and that's a hard thing for council to change on their own. Encouraging the university, building up more opportunities for them to be out and about in the public, and jobs is the other big thing. I mean, I remember in 2019, 2018, it was a huge moment when Mayor Brownless played a pivotal role in bringing Winstone's wallboards to town, and I think the council as an ambassador for the city reaching out to not personally, but building relationships with businesses and opportunities that we want to build up here in the city. I mean, half of the equation is housing and lifestyle, the other half is where are the jobs and what are the jobs that we want these young leaders into, and I think that being a bridge between where those jobs are now and being in the city is another important role for council and for other groups like Priority One and whatnot.
Thank you very much. Okay, so
Just
sure.
to follow on, yeah, thanks for your talk today, but do you see a role, obviously, from a university? And so, you know, same, I've had 5 kids, they've all been here and gone, and 3 live in Australia, and one's just heading off on OE. Only one left in the country, but do you see that if we had a bigger and a more of a bigger university population, that we would be able to, one, retain some of our own, but also attract people to come in, and that could be a catalyst?
Absolutely. You see a lot of people come to Tauranga to be marine biologists, right? All of those people who went to see the squid at Te Papa, they will come here afterwards because that's what we have going for us in Tauranga, is our marine biology. But when I was in high school, people looked at Waikato and Tauranga as a bit of a joke. You know, you only go there if you want to save rent and stay at home with mum and dad, basically. And they don't even have a full law program, a full 5-year law program. I think the university is a huge missed opportunity for Tauranga so far. I think it has a lot of potential, but I think as it is at the moment, it isn't actually meeting that potential and delivering what the city needs.
Right, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and different perspective on it. So we appreciate you not having a job and being able to come and present to us. But good luck in finding one. I'm very familiar with Cambridge and Boston from plenty of visits, and it's a lovely place in the world. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So just before we end, we've now heard all the oral submissions, and thank you very much, Council, for sitting through and getting through those. Obviously, we are going to go into deliberations in a couple of weeks, where a lot of this information comes back, and we got an email this morning around some of the things that were picked up yesterday. That will probably be expanded today, but if there's any burning issues, we've obviously got that online form that we can submit if there's something that we really want to see or have a part of a decision to be made. We can also just let staff know that there's something that really took our interest and we think should come to council to consider. And I will just hand over to Jeremy. He might be able to give us a... Just go.
He's worried now.
You're going to give us a little bit of background on deliberations. Obviously, most of us haven't.
We're intending to do it tomorrow once you finish the rest of the council meetings.
Yeah, we're probably just very tight for time tomorrow. So
let's do it now.
If we.
My brain's full.
Just a bit of background.
So the hearing, the deliberations agenda will go out, he says, early next week. Monday will be the usual quality of service, but it's a big one. It's not just big in volume and pages, there's a lot of issues go into it. So the QA process means that it may be Tuesday, let's just see how it goes. But there's a lot of work in there. What you'll get as a series of reports, we haven't worked the order out yet. I didn't go to the briefing this morning. You did. You may have more information than I've got about the order. But generally, we'll start with an overview of the submission process. So I've written a report which just brings together all the stats stuff, the key themes which come out of the questions which were asked. When we do the analysis of submissions, some of it's easy. How many people tick this box? And then some of it's quite hard. And working through all the words which people share with us, mostly written and then some of the verbal stuff, trying to pick out what the issues are, what we can respond to, what comes to you for a decision, and what can be dealt with at staff level is an art. It's not a science at all. And like with all art, sometimes the beauty's in the eye of the beholder and sometimes we get things wrong. What we will bring to you is some key reports on the major issues. Local water's done well, obviously. And then what we call issues and options papers, which are generally, for this process, 3 or 4 pages of here's the issue, here's some options that you can take right now. We only heard about this idea 4 weeks ago from somebody. We haven't been able to do a detailed business case and all the analysis you'd normally get. But here are some options. You can either say yes, you can say no, you can say maybe, you can say do some more work and bring it back to us in 6 months. That's sort of the realm of things. There are about 20-ish of those. I'm looking at Paul, something like that. Heavily weighted to spaces and places. So a lot of the things you've heard here, the list has got things like the Man Cricket Club one, the Judea Community Sports one, the Surf Life Saving one, the Argos Gymnastics. So a lot of those things are well in train. The reports are 2/3 written. They'll come through with a recommendation. Like any council report, you can take the recommendation and do what you like with it. So that will come through. There's also, there's those are the spaces and places ones, and then there's a bunch of other ones which cover things like, the widening the footpath on Parton Road, which came through from Papamoa Primary School from memory, the Vale Street idea, the Creative Bay of Plenty funding idea. So there's about 10 of those as well.
Christine has sent that list of those places and the others.
Telling you things you know already in that case, there you go.
But yeah, if we could just have that updated, I guess, with what we've seen today.
Yep, so if something has come up today which wasn't on that list, then somebody's got some serious writing to do tomorrow. So this is where and it wouldn't be unusual for us to publish an agenda on Monday and then have 3 more attachments published on Thursday or Friday before the following Monday's meeting.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be unique to have something commissioned on Tuesday night and presented on Wednesday or Thursday as the deliberations go on. It's not ideal by some distance, by the way. But it's a bit of a moving feast. Like I said, this is an art, not a science. The other key report will be one which Paul and his team put together, which we'll call the executive report, which is the financial stuff. Do you want to talk about the executive report separately?
Yeah, so we went over a little bit of that this morning, but it's the executive report fundamentally brings together changes that have happened since the annual plan went out for consultation. That's the first lot of changes effectively go through that report. The second part of that this year is the work that's been done on actually getting us down to 10% to give that option to council effectively to make that decision. And that's both from an operational and a capital perspective in terms of what changes effectively have come through, because there have been changes since the plan went out.
We tend to put the numbers report early in the agenda, have a debate on it, and then leave it lie on the table until you've made all the other decisions, and then come back to it. Because you may well make decisions through the rest of the papers which change the numbers.
Save some money.
Or spend some.
Or spend some.
Don't think there's any proposals to save money.
Well, there will be interest in some of the spend them submissions, and there'll be some interest in cutting things back. So that's generally the way it goes over the 2 or 3 or 4 days. There'll be a separate paper, like I said, local water done well. There'll be a separate rating paper that Jim's writing at the moment on the commercial industrial balance. Separate paper on development contributions policy, and a separate one on user fees and charges for this annual plan. Don't get confused with the user fees and charges review, which is a separate thing we'll kick off once this is cleared out of your brain. But the user fees and charges for this round, there were some submissions on that, and we're putting that all together. And then the other package, which you won't be familiar with, is everything else. So every other, a lot of other things which come up through the submission process don't actually require a decision. So for instance, I always use the pothole. If somebody writes a submission in saying there's a pothole outside my road, fix it, you buggers. We won't bother you with a decision as to should we fix that pothole. We'll write back to them after you've seen it, saying, thank you very much, we've put it on the list, we'll assess it against all the other potholes, and we'll get it back to you on Thursday, or whatever the response is. The staff write those based on the points that my team, the corporate planning team, have pulled out of the submissions. Again, we'll miss some, and you'll have read submission 47, or 470, or 847, and go, we need to sort that out, and we won't have pulled it up. Just let us know. What we do is to give you a document, ideally in parallel with the deliberations agenda, but not on the agenda for you to adopt those things there because it's a lot of reading. And most councils like an element of wordplay and wordsmithing on that stuff because those responses go directly back to the submitter. So the submitter will get eventually a cover letter saying the key decisions made through the annual plan were this, 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 and this. That's kind of generic. And then on your submission, here's the responses. And if they responded about local water done well, that's on page 1 because that's the same response that everybody gets. But if they brought up the pothole outside their house, there'll be a response in that letter as an attachment to that issue. So each of those paragraphs, sometimes 2 paragraphs, response to an issue will go back under your name. I mean, it goes out under my name or Josh's name or somebody's like that. But they will know that it's been through you before it goes out. It wouldn't be unusual for more than one councillor to go, this is all not written the way I'd like it, let's have a workshop and rewrite these. We'll go through that process and we do. Ideally, they will be adopted no later than the adoption of the annual plan on the 26th of June, because then we can process those and get those letters out and draw a line under the whole shebang at one time. But there's no decisions to be made, so there's no urgency, but we all want to move on by which time we get there. So that package will be that thick. I haven't seen it yet, but there's a lot of submission points. There always is. They're written by people like myself, and then QA through the GMs. I get a sort of QA look through sometimes just to make sure that we haven't answered every single point. Thank you for your submission, because when you get that back and you've raised 8 points, it gets quite boring to read it. And then they'll come to you for that final QA. Deep breath. Anything else you want to know about deliberations?
What do you do with all that don't spend any money? How does that fit into
We send them to Paul. So a lot of those comments are along those lines. You know, the rates are too high, and we write something back which addresses the point. Quite often there's a cut and paste on these sort of things, so you clump together a whole bunch of points and explain in our words, which will become your words. We've been through a process, we're cutting back now, we're keeping an eye on it. It's not a decision point because you're effectively taking those decisions through the executive report and the overall financials, and if you don't like where you've got to, then we have the debate there about we need to cut something else or we need to add something or whatever. So we go into deliberations with a draft plan, draft numbers, and we come out of it with what you want to adopt as the final. Yeah, and quite often the really big ones, there's a point to future processes. There's a certain amount we can do right now, and then there's more that we can consider through the next annual plan, the next LTP, the next annual plan after that. It's looking at the finances and the delivery of the organisation is not a one-year thing ever.
No, it's just, to me, those are sort of generic things, don't spend any money, but I just wondered how we handle those.
Yeah, and if
some of those submissions are just that.
No, and some submissions are 8 pages of 6-word sentences, each sentence being a point. We don't raise 400 points from that. We try and pick out a bigger theme or something which says that we're listening, but we can't forensically go through it because you tie the whole organisation up for weeks.
Jeremy, the things we've heard over the last few days and also considered through 900 odd submissions, there are some things there that would like elevated. And I'm thinking it's probably more than just the letter elements at the end of the process. So what's the process for we've had the form that we've been filling in through listening to the oral submissions. I guess my question is, where's the form, or do we use the same form for the written submissions? The people that didn't take the opportunity to speak to their submissions today. Those things that we want as a group or as individuals elevated.
So my first answer there would probably be hold that thought, see what's in the deliberations agenda, because you might find that quite a lot of those are addressed in the deliberations agenda, and if there is something which isn't addressed in the deliberations agenda and you need to make a decision on it for this annual plan and budget, then let us know ASAP. If it's a wider issue that we need to sit down with this community group and discuss this area over here, well, that's your normal process. Then you can make a phone call and get a group in to talk to you more if that's where you want to go.
The message is wait till the agenda, consider the agenda. If it's not there,
Well, and our focus on the agenda is decisions you need to make to be able to adopt this annual plan and budget. So if a submission has been about Plan Change 33, you're not going to see much coming through the deliberations agenda on Plan Change 33, because that's not an annual plan and budget issue. That's a city planning issue, and that's got a completely different train. And if you want to pursue conversations with submitters about that, then let's arrange that through the usual sort of way.
You can add into the executive report a resolution, for example, that picks up something that you want to change already, provided you've got the information to make that decision. Which comes back to Jeremy's, we might do something between Monday night and Wednesday morning in terms of scrambling to...
You might
I'm not encouraging that, by the way.
I think we've got a potential on the 6th of June as well, where if there's anything that requires anything bigger from those deliberations, that there is that time to get something.
The issue we have the later we get is that a rates resolution is an incredibly complex and structured process to go through. So I'm just, the more time we have to lead into that, like the greyer I get and the greyer Jim gets, the closer that gets. So
if you can
I've got to sort myself out this weekend is what I'm hearing.
The real aim will be to nail the numbers on the week of the 26th. While there's that date in the diary, like Paul says, that the whole finance team has a moment.
I am, we're probably going a bit delirious now, so I would like to hand to Councillor Baker. Well, if you've got a question.
I had two things. One was, where are we at with the waters? We lost the 285. We got a tiny fraction of them back. A number of those people, I had a few of them personally who came to me and said they couldn't submit with the link. So then another link was sent out. We haven't seen the update after the 1 or 2 or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was, which has the running totals of how many submissions there were and how many waters. So that's a big chunk, big percentage who we haven't got to see. Have you managed to get better numbers out of those?
From memory, we were close to about 100 of the 280 something who were lost, who bothered to replay and resend us their information. So about 100 did. I haven't got an exact number, and therefore others didn't. And I think the number is about 570 views altogether, plus the so you've got the 570 submissions on the waters. This is the preferred model as far as what was proposed versus status quo versus the single council model. So I think we've got 570 responses on that now, compared with about 700 and something for most of the early questions in the survey on the annual plan. And just remember, you've got the demographically sound survey results as well. So that's separate from the submissions process. The 237, I think it is, people there who've got that all built into the Local Waters Done Well paper.
Okay, so that we will see that at that point. The other question was, and it was, I can't remember which councillor raised it, but it was, I think supported was to have the sort of on-screen or whiteboard, whatever you want to do, sort of tallying of things so that we can actually, like there's a number of spaces and places, for instance. So to track all that is just too complex to do it in our heads, and we will all come up with different numbers. So is there going to be...
We'll be running that tally. Yep.
So will that be on display on either like Christine's done in the past with whiteboards or on a
what we've normally
screen?
done in the past is we've used a whiteboard just to park items that might need to come back through the meeting, and then we've regularly updated in terms of like, the only reason I'd be hesitant to put it on screen is because Tracy might have a heart attack trying to actually work it out at the same time, but we can do it 3 times a day if we want. In terms
Well,
of
the best one I've ever seen as a submitter, you know, but as somebody watched, was when you actually updated in real time, because it made it, and councillors at the time thought it was fantastic, as from what I understand.
We can do that, but just mindful of the fact that we run a allocation model that takes half a day to run and things, so we won't be precise in terms of those calculations.
No.
We can give high-level estimates of it because we know what's rate funded and what's
I mean,
debt
within
funded.
the box, if you like. So you have a starting point and then go up and down from the starting point.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can do that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. All right. We'll hand to Councillor Baker to give us a closing karakia.
It's a long one.
Are we blessing Kai or are we closing the three? I'm forgetting. No. Ka whakairia te tapu ke wā te te ara ki mui a tātou kia tūru ki whakataha e, kia tūru ki whakataha e, haumi e, hui e, tāia e.
Thank you very much, and now I'll adjourn the meeting until 9 a.m. Tomorrow, which will be back in Council Chambers on Devonport Road, and we do need to be efficient with that meeting. We've got an hour and a half time slot, so there's our time constraints tomorrow. Thank you.